professoras, estudantes de várias instituições. Eu sou o professor Madi, eu atuo no PPGE da PUC e no PPGE da UEG de Inhumas, trabalhando com a linha de teorias educacionais e processos pedagógicos aqui na PUC e na linha de cultura, escola e formação na UEG. A gente vai dar sequência às atividades, eu vou fazer a mediação dessa mesa, né? A gente vai dar sequência ao Simpósio Internacional, Desafios e Possibilidades do Ensino de Ciências, Biologia no Sistema de Ensino ELKONIN-DAVYDOV. Essa mesa vai trabalhar especificamente o ensino para o desenvolvimento humano e tecnologias. Então, eu convido aqui a professora doutora Joana Peixoto. E o professor doutor Elci Aparecido de Freitas Vaz. A gente agradece, então, a presença dos professores aqui conferencistas. A gente vai ter um tempo, né, que vai ser dividido aqui, em torno de 20 a 25 minutos, para cada conferencista fazer a sua fala relativa à temática. Então, inicialmente, eu vou fazer uma leitura breve aqui, né, do currículo da professora Joana Peixoto, e depois o professor do Elci, antes da fala dele. A professora Joana Peixoto é graduada em Pedagogia pela Universidade Federal de Goiás. Ela tem mestrado em Educação, também pela Universidade Federal de Goiás, doutorado em Educação pela Universidade de Paris, 8. Atualmente coordena o Programa de Pós-Graduação Acadêmico em Educação do Instituto Federal Goiano, na linha de pesquisa Teorias Educacionais e Práticas Pedagógicas. É professora colaboradora do Mestrado Profissional em Educação para Ciências e Matemática do Instituto Federal Goiano, líder do CADIO, que é um grupo interinstitucional de estudos e pesquisas sobre as relações entre as tecnologias e a educação. É uma sinopse. Eu passo, então, a palavra à professora Joana.
Obrigada, Madi, Elci, meus colegas aqui. Meninas, pode projetar aquela página com as informações? Pessoal da organização, eu preparei só uma página mesmo, com algumas informações. Não sei onde estaria. O pessoal da... Enquanto eu vou falando, as meninas chegam aí e a gente vê. Tá? Bom, então, acho que eu tenho que começar agradecendo, né? Agradecendo aos colegas organizadores desse evento pelo convite, né? Aos professores do Elci Madi por toparem estar aqui comigo, né, nessa mesa. Aos professores Denis e Polina, eu acho que a gente pode dizer que esse simpósio, a iniciativa desse simpósio, se deve em boa parte à disponibilidade do professor Denis, né, de estar aqui conosco. Então, nosso agradecimento a ele, né. Preciso esclarecer em relação à minha fala. A base da minha fala são os estudos, as pesquisas, a produção acadêmica de toda uma trajetória, mas especialmente que a gente faz no CADIO, né? Grupo Interinstitucional de Estudos e Pesquisas sobre as Relações entre Tecnologias e Educação. Na página que vai ser projetada, vai ter o endereço do nosso grupo e o e-mail, então nós temos a nossa produção registrada lá nessa página, né? Temos artigos, livros, né? Eu trouxe aqui para distribuir para vocês, né? Para as pessoas interessadas, o livro que apresenta a pesquisa anterior, que nós já fizemos e concluímos, estamos com outra pesquisa em andamento, então a gente chama carinhosamente de trajetórias, né? Esse livro, que é um nome longo, Trajetórias, Apropriação de Tecnologias por Professores da Educação Básica Pública. Então, é um livro que foi financiado pelo CNPq, e então nós distribuímos, né, gratuitamente, sem custo, esse livro, e trouxe aqui alguns exemplares para quem estiver interessado. Eu acredito que tem exemplar suficiente para quem tem interesse em ter o livro, e quem trabalha em instituições educacionais, universidades, em escolas públicas, que tem interesse de levar exemplares para compartilhar, distribuir também com seus colegas, podem fazê-lo, tá? Então, a minha fala é muito baseada nessa nossa produção, né? E nesses estudos e pesquisas que realizamos, mas especialmente, muito especialmente, nessa tese que eu isso aí, né? A tese da professora Daniela Rodrigues de Souza, Tecnologia na Mediação do Trabalho Docente, Contribuições da Teoria Histórico-Cultural. Foram os estudos que eu fiz junto com a Daniela para a elaboração desse trabalho. Daniela é professora aqui da PUC, né, nos cursos de licenciatura, e atualmente está conosco no IFG como professora substituta. Tem muita gente do CADIO aqui, corro o risco nem de não conseguir enxergar direito, né? Mas pesquisadores do CADIO, estudantes, né? Estudantes do nosso mestrado do IFG, então, muito bom estar aqui com vocês. Isso me deixa, então, também um pouco mais à vontade, porque nós estamos num simpósio internacional sobre o sistema ELKONIN-DAVYDOV, e eu preciso confessar para vocês que eu não tenho estudos de Davidov, né? A única justificativa que eu tenho é que os organizadores do evento têm consciência disso quando me convidaram, né? Então, os meus estudos são muito na perspectiva da teoria histórico-cultural de Vygotsky e um tanto de Leontiev. Então, a tese principal que eu vou trabalhar aqui com vocês nesse tempo, mas quando estiver faltando 5 minutos, você me dá um toque, então tá. Esse tema que eu coloquei aí, né? Vamos tentar trabalhar a indissociabilidade entre instrumentos e signos como fundamento para a compreensão da tecnologia na mediação do trabalho pedagógico. Tudo isso aí, toda essa formulação aí não é aleatória, não está por acaso, né? A gente não fala da tecnologia como mediadora, é a tecnologia na mediação do trabalho pedagógico didático. E vamos, então, tentar, nesse tempo que temos, esclarecer um pouquinho por que consideramos tão importante considerar esse construto vigotskiano da indissociabilidade entre instrumentos e signos, né? Em geral, quando a gente fala de tecnologias na educação, o principal argumento é que usar essas tecnologias modernas, digitais, tem um monte de sigla, TIC e tantas outras aí, e que o uso dessas tecnologias ela é imprescindível e que ela exige o uso de pedagogias avançadas, né? Para nós, os estudos que a gente realiza, mesmo que a tecnologia seja um elemento importante, a gente vai falar por que a gente considera que ela é importante, a tecnologia não pode ocupar o papel central, né, no processo educativo, sob pena de desvirtuar esse processo, né? Então, com base nessa discussão, a gente vai considerar a tecnologia na mediação do trabalho pedagógico didático, o trabalho pedagógico e didático como uma atividade educativa cuja essência é a formação humana, o que demanda uma organização desse trabalho pedagógico didático com o uso de tecnologias. Ele demanda uma organização fundada em quê? Fundada nos elementos que compõem o ato didático, né? Vamos dizer assim, orientados, né, pelo nosso querido Libânio, que está sempre falando aí. Os elementos do ato didático, tem vários livros dele, o livro Didática, que tem uma edição recente, né? Os objetivos, o conteúdo, a metodologia e a avaliação. Não podemos colocar a tecnologia no centro. Então, nessa perspectiva, não tem uma didática específica da mediação, né, da tecnologia na mediação do trabalho docente. Não teria uma didática específica do ensino à distância. Não teria uma didática específica do ensino híbrido. Então, vamos tentar comprovar isso aí, né? Vamos tentar apresentar essa nossa ideia. Eu vou começar por um exemplo que o professor Libânio apresentou na sua fala na conferência de abertura, né? Ele diz mais ou menos assim, que os estudantes, eles podem, quando vão estudar água, ele deu esse exemplo, compreender as condições de armazenamento e distribuição das águas na sua localidade. Eles podem compreender o tratamento que é dado à natureza, à água e à natureza, na ordem econômica mundial, que prioriza o lucro em detrimento da sua preservação. Eu trago esse exemplo porque a gente pode dizer o mesmo das tecnologias. As tecnologias são objetivações do trabalho humano. Elas expressam as contradições que estão presentes na realidade. A geração, a apropriação e o acesso das tecnologias, tudo isso está objetivamente orientado pelas desigualdades sociais que estão na base e na estrutura da sociedade. Então, por exemplo, se essas tecnologias, esses construtos sócio-históricos, são objetivações da atividade humana, elas trazem essas contradições que estão presentes nessa construção sócio-histórica. Então, é uma armadilha, vou usar essa expressão aí, né, para a gente compreender, é uma armadilha para nós educadores, para nós professores, a gente falar, por exemplo, a tecnologia como facilitadora da aprendizagem do estudante. Como que esse elemento, carregado de contradições, eivado por todo esse processo histórico, marcado na contemporaneidade pela ordem econômica capitalista, que prioriza o lucro, não a vida, né? Que prioriza a acumulação do capital e não a formação humana, como que a gente diz assim, pura e simplesmente, desculpa, como facilitadora da aprendizagem do estudante? Então, a teoria de Vygotsky, a gente acha que permite a gente compreender dessa forma, compreender melhor esse processo, porque ele aprofunda, né, a compreensão do ensino e da aprendizagem na medida em que esse processo reflete a complexidade dos contextos sociais e culturais. Porque Vygotsky e Leontiev, né, na teoria da atividade, eles têm a visão da mente humana como sendo um produto de forças culturais e sociais. Não tem uma dimensão estritamente biológica, né? Esse mundo, no seu contexto, é a realidade objetiva, né? E consiste em todas as coisas, inclusive os objetos tecnológicos, objetos que vão contribuir para a existência humana. Estou indo, né? Estou tentando construir aqui, tá ok? Vamos lá. Os seres humanos, os humanos, eles estão continuamente mudando os objetos e criando artefatos, criando ferramentas. Essa interação complexa dos indivíduos com o seu entorno, que é a atividade, se orienta por objetos. Estão vendo como é que a tecnologia não é uma coisa simples, assim, um artefato, um acessório, algo que está, um recurso que eu trago para dentro do processo de ensino e aprendizagem, né? A tecnologia é esse elemento aí, né? Então, então ela está lá nessa experiência, nesse fenômeno, nesse processo que é atividade e se orienta por objetos. Uma das características marcantes da atividade é isso, ela é orientada por objetos e mediada por ferramentas. As ferramentas, elas são vistas como tendo uma capacidade humana estendida para atingir objetivos de uma atividade, ou seja, mudar os objetos no mundo. Então, essa teoria, ela trata, segundo a nossa leitura, ela trata as ferramentas como um meio de atender às necessidades reais e atingir os objetivos correspondentes a essas necessidades. Isso, então, leva a gente a uma abordagem distinta daquela que é predominante na pesquisa sobre tecnologias de educação. Diferente, principalmente porque considera a tecnologia como uma ferramenta incorporada na atividade humana, tanto mental quanto fisicamente. Então, é muito importante para a gente contestar essa perspectiva tecnocêntrica, perceber que essa perspectiva tecnocêntrica, ela oscila entre uma visão instrumental e uma visão determinista. Isso é muito importante para a gente compreender a tecnologia no trabalho pedagógico-didático, na mediação pedagógico-didática, né? Uma visão determinista é aquela que coloca a tecnologia, compreende a tecnologia como autônoma, né? E como se o uso da tecnologia transferisse automaticamente as funcionalidades técnicas da tecnologia para o seu uso. Por exemplo, a internet, a gente sabe que ela tem a característica, a possibilidade, a ferramenta de interação e de colaboração. Numa perspectiva determinista, a gente vai dizer assim, se eu uso a internet na educação, eu estarei fazendo uma educação interativa e colaborativa. Essa é uma concepção determinista. No contraponto dessa visão determinista, tem a visão instrumental, que também é tecnocêntrica. Se a visão determinista coloca a tecnologia como autônoma, portadora de um sentido que vai se transmitir automaticamente para o seu uso, a perspectiva instrumental vai dizer assim, a tecnologia é neutra. E a gente pode fazer com a tecnologia o que a gente quiser. A gente pode aplicar a tecnologia a qualquer paradigma de aprendizagem, por exemplo. Qual que é o problema dessa perspectiva tecnocêntrica e dessa visão determinista e instrumental? É que elas são parciais. Por um lado, a tecnologia é autônoma e os sujeitos seriam inteiramente subordinados às qualidades físicas, às funcionalidades técnicas das ferramentas. E, por outro lado, na visão instrumental, a tecnologia é neutra e o sujeito ele é inteiramente autônomo, como se fosse um ser, né, que, ao utilizar a tecnologia, ganhasse um superpoder, né, como se fosse um ser descontextualizado. Nessa perspectiva tecnocêntrica, tanto a determinista quanto a instrumental descontextualiza a tecnologia. Não compreende a tecnologia, como a gente está tentando dizer aqui, como algo inserido no processo sócio-histórico de constituição humana. Então, a gente quer ver a tecnologia não como uma idealidade abstrata, mas como síntese de múltiplas determinações. A estrutura da tecnologia não obedece a um princípio de identidade, como muitos estudos deterministas e instrumentais querem dizer, mas ela oculta e mostra contradições internas. Então, a ação, repetindo aqui, né, retomando, a ação do homem sobre a natureza se dá com o uso de instrumentos intermediários entre o organismo e o meio físico, entre a antecipação da ação e sua realização, entre a ação do homem sobre a sua atividade ou sobre a atividade do outro. Considerando, assim, os conhecimentos iniciais que tenho, né, da teoria histórico-cultural, da teoria da atividade, eu estou falando aqui dessa perspectiva, né, da antecipação da ação, né, desses elementos intermediários entre o organismo e o meio físico. Então, a atividade humana se realiza pela mediação dos instrumentos, das ferramentas, dos meios, do trabalho, citando Marx, que o trabalhador interpõe entre si e o objeto do trabalho, e que lhe serve de guia da sua atividade sobre esse objeto. Não é Vygotsky, é Marx que está falando isso, né? Marx ainda, a tecnologia desvela a atitude ativa do homem em relação à natureza, o processo imediato de produção de sua vida, e com isso também de suas condições sociais de vida e das concepções espirituais que dela decorrem. Então, apesar, né, de a gente poder olhar para o computador como essa ferramenta que potencializa a atividade humana, ainda é muito comum analisar as tecnologias na interação com o usuário, visando apenas o aprimoramento do ensino e aprendizagem. Então, a tecnologia como algo externo que eu trago para aprimorar um processo que já está definido, né? Para julgar a eficácia de uma determinada tecnologia, por exemplo, pesquisadores fazem o estudo das características dessa tecnologia. Que características que, vou aproveitar a presença do meu amigo do Elci aqui, né? Que funcionalidades técnicas tem o GeoGebra, esse software, né? Para reprodução, para representação do conhecimento geométrico. Então, a análise é feita a partir daí. E aí, por exemplo, proliferam pesquisas, análises, né, que vão fazer estudos comparativos. Então, eu pego uma turma de 8ª série, em duas turmas, numa eu uso GeoGebra e na outra eu não uso GeoGebra, para testar, né, a possibilidade dessa tecnologia aprimorar ou não esse processo. Em geral, eu nunca vi uma que fosse contrária. Li um monte de pesquisas já a respeito. Todas vão dizer que na turma em que usou o GeoGebra, os estudantes estavam mais motivados, tiveram um rendimento melhor e tudo mais, né? Então, vou repetir. A adoção do pressuposto que as tecnologias são construtos sócio-históricos ajuda a evitar as armadilhas dessas metodologias de pesquisa que visam testar o benefício pedagógico didático dos softwares educacionais em situações artificiais. Então, por isso que a gente quer se apropriar das tecnologias digitais em rede com base numa abordagem formativa crítica, emancipadora para o desenvolvimento humano. E a gente não pode simplesmente isolar um dispositivo tecnológico, trabalhar com esse dispositivo tecnológico de forma isolada de toda a organização do trabalho pedagógico didático, de definição dos objetivos, né, do nosso trabalho. Então, é isso que a gente acha que a teoria da atividade nos indica, a necessidade de ver o usuário da tecnologia, o estudante, o professor, como uma entidade ativa no cenário da vida real dele, cujo comportamento é impulsionado por suas necessidades e seus motivos. Eu vou pular aqui, porque eu acho que já foi um tempinho. Então não posso mais continuar aqui. Vamos lá. Então, para chegar mais perto, então, da nossa tese lá da indissociabilidade entre instrumentos e signos. Então, o desenvolvimento, ele é visto como resultado de um processo artificial, né, no qual a mediação dos instrumentos desempenha um papel importante. Então, a gente toma a abordagem histórico-cultural em seus fundamentos vigotskianos, destacando a sua base materialista histórico-dialética como fundamento para compreender a tecnologia na mediação do trabalho pedagógico. Daí a gente traz a apropriação de instrumentos e signos e a mediação como elementos essenciais para a gente entender essa questão. A mediação é um elemento central na teoria vigotskiana, né? O Vygotsky transpõe para a esfera da atividade o papel desempenhado pelo trabalho e a relação que o homem estabelece com a natureza, que Marx vai dizer lá, né, nas suas produções. O Vygotsky desenvolve a ideia de ferramentas ou instrumentos psicológicos que integrados à atividade, permitem não só modificar o curso dessa atividade, mas também transformar de forma duradoura a relação do homem consigo mesmo e com o mundo social, com as pessoas, com as construções sociais, materiais e simbólicas. A gente não tem tempo de aprofundar mais isso, né? Mas a atividade de mediação do homem reúne esses dois processos, instrumentos e signos, né? Do ponto de vista do Vygotsky, o signo é para o homem, antes de tudo, um meio social, né? E o instrumento é orientado para fora, porque serve para mudar o objeto. O signo não muda o objeto. Ele é um meio de atividade interior, né? De influência psicológica sobre o próprio comportamento e o comportamento do outro. Então, por isso que a gente considera que é fundamental não dissociar esses dois aspectos da mediação. Outro aspecto importante é que a atividade psíquica, ela superior, ela aparece 2 vezes, né, durante o desenvolvimento, aqui eu estou citando Vygotsky. Primeiro como uma atividade coletiva, uma função interpsíquica, e depois como uma atividade individual, uma propriedade interna do pensamento da criança. Então, a atividade humana, tanto nos planos social e individual, é mediada por ferramentas e signos, por instrumentos e signos, que incluem, estou citando Vygotsky, linguagem, vários sistemas de contagem, técnicas mnemônicas, símbolo algébrico de sistemas, trabalhos de arte, escrita, esquemas, diagramas, mapas, desenhos mecânicos, todos os tipos de signos convencionais e assim por diante. Então, a gente lá do Cardió tem a ousadia de acrescentar, né, esse rol aí, computadores, calculadoras, pincéis e similares, todos úteis na representação da atividade. O Leontiev vai chamar de apropriação, né, esse processo aí de internalização, né, desses instrumentos e signos. E aqui ele diz assim, né, que a gente não precisa reinventar os artefatos que levaram milênios para evoluir, para a gente se apropriar de tais objetos no seu próprio sistema de atividade. A criança precisa apenas chegar a um entendimento de que é adequado do que é adequado para usar esse objeto que foi culturalmente elaborado nas novas circunstâncias de vida na qual ele se encontra. Então, o estudante não precisa do material real, né? E nem de recuperar todo esse processo histórico, recuperar materialmente, objetivamente, todo esse processo histórico de constituição da tecnologia. Ver a tecnologia dessa forma não significa fazer a história da tecnologia, né? Ela pode representar o objeto de estudo, o conceito, a informação, por meio de signos. Por isso que a gente não quer dissociar os instrumentos do signo. No exemplo dado ontem à tarde, eu não me lembro, eu acho que foi o professor Denis, que a gente teve tantos exemplos, aquela professora também apresentou uns exemplos interessantes, aquela da ameba. Lembram, né? Quando ela trata da ameba. No exemplo, então, que deram ontem à tarde, não precisa da ameba em si para realizar aquela atividade, mas de uma representação da ameba. Assim, ao mesmo tempo que a criança compreende aquele conteúdo, aquele conceito, ela aprende a representar o conceito por meio de signos, a comunicar o conhecimento por meio de signos e se desenvolve. Então, a tecnologia está nesse lugar aí, ela está no bojo, ela está intrínseca a esse processo. Vou repetir, não é aquela coisa que você vai lá e cata, organizo aqui o meu trabalho, especialmente as tecnologias digitais em rede, com essas características que ela tem. Né? Então, eu vou organizar o meu trabalho e depois eu vou lá e escolho, né, qual seria, né, a tecnologia mais apropriada de ser utilizada. Faltam 3? Nossa, peraí. Então, repetindo, estou aqui em volta, né, para tentar comprovar aqui a minha tese. O comportamento humano real é, de fato, um comportamento mediado culturalmente. A cultura humana é resultado de um acúmulo histórico de ferramentas, tanto simbólicas quanto material, né? Uma equação, uma notação musical, que são ferramentas simbólicas, E material, um monte aí que a gente conhece, né? Celular, por aí vai, lousa digital, tudo isso pode regular o comportamento das pessoas. Então, a tecnologia, os dispositivos, os artefatos, elas não são nem inerentes em si e nem acessórias ao nosso comportamento. Nesse paradoxo aí que a gente caminha. Então, a gente pode dizer que a função dos recursos materiais na educação também pode ser analisada no quadro da teoria da atividade, que trata, em particular, do papel dos objetos na atividade humana. A teoria da atividade sustenta a ideia de que o comportamento de um indivíduo, de um sujeito, ele é governado não apenas internamente, com base em necessidades biológicas e funções psicológicas, mas também externamente, pela criação e pelo uso de objetos culturais, artefatos, instrumentos, máquinas, métodos, que desempenham esse papel mediador entre o sujeito e o objeto da atividade. No campo da educação, essa visão exige fazer da análise dos artefatos pedagógicos um componente importante de qualquer modelo de aprendizagem. O texto, a imagem, o microscópio, o computador, mas não do ponto de vista tecnocêntrico, seja instrumental, seja determinista, né? Nesse ponto de vista tecnocêntrico, a máquina fica no centro, mesmo quando é instrumental. É interessante, né? Mesmo quando a gente fala que a tecnologia é neutra, né? Ela é neutra para diferentes usos, como se fôssemos inteiramente independentes, né? Como se estudantes e professores estivessem inteiramente fora do contexto. Por exemplo, no nosso caso, né? No Brasil, esse processo de aulas remotas mostrou para a gente com muita clareza que temos diferentes níveis de acesso a essas tecnologias. E esse diferente nível de acesso não é apenas intelectual. Não é porque eu não sei ler inglês, então eu não acesso às páginas em inglês. É que eu não tenho comida em casa. Então, eu não tenho recursos para adquirir um equipamento, pagar um pacote de internet que me permita acessar esses dados aí. Essas questões estão todas intrínsecas. Ontem, Elibane e Raquel chamavam sempre atenção para a questão das desigualdades sociais, né? A importância de demarcar esse aspecto aí nas considerações que fazemos, né? Sobre a organização do processo educacional, do trabalho pedagógico. Do ponto de vista das tecnologias, isso também precisa ser levado em conta, né? Então, não separar essa dimensão técnica da dimensão simbólica, não descontextualizar, né? É possível, né? É possível a gente pensar alternativas com o uso das tecnologias, mas desde que elas sejam consideradas nessa perspectiva, né? Então, a tecnologia no ensino para o desenvolvimento humano, numa ótica emancipatória, inclui, sim, possibilita a dialogia, a hipertextualidade, a interatividade, a colaboração, tudo isso que se fala, mas com a condição de se alinhar a um projeto pedagógico que articule as tecnologias como objetos sociais, materiais e simbólicos a um outro projeto de sociedade. Nessa premissa, a gente pode reconhecer nos dispositivos tecnológicos essa economia do poder, escrita no neoliberalismo e exercida de forma implícita, né, ou no seu contraponto, como a economia do conhecimento, que pode se inserir numa perspectiva de resistência. É isso. Então, para a gente compreender o trabalho pedagógico, a mediação da tecnologia no trabalho pedagógico, a mediação é um processo que une instrumentos e signos. Ela não é um terceiro elemento que coloca em relação a esses dois organismos. Ela não se configura como um elo que une externamente duas estruturas. Por isso que a gente vai dizer que a tecnologia na mediação do trabalho pedagógico não instaura um outro construto pedagógico, um outro paradigma pedagógico, uma outra perspectiva, uma outra abordagem de ensino e de aprendizagem. né? Cabe a nós pensarmos, né, no contexto, se estamos falando da teoria da atividade, por exemplo, no contexto da teoria da atividade, a tecnologia nessa perspectiva que a gente está dizendo. Espero que eu tenha conseguido falar aqui então um pouco tempo. Obrigada, gente.
Obrigado, Joana. O tempo curto, mas uma fala extremamente significativa, né, para a temática aqui da mesa. Vamos passar agora para o professor do ELSI. Ele é graduado em licenciatura em matemática pela PUC de Goiás, mestre em matemática pela Universidade Federal de Goiás, doutor em educação matemática pela Universidade Estadual Paulista de Rio Claro, São Paulo. É professor adjunto da PUC Goiás e do Instituto Federal de Educação, Ciência e Tecnologia de Goiás. Faz pesquisas em ensino e aprendizagem da matemática, história e filosofia da matemática. É professor do mestrado em ensino de ciência e educação matemática do IFG, campus Jataí. Também no PPGE da PUC de Goiás, na linha de educação, né? Matemática articulada com a linha de ensino desenvolvimental de Davydov. Coordena o núcleo de estudos e pesquisas em educação matemática, o CNETEM, no IFG e outras coisas. Vou passar a palavra para o Elci.
Os slides é você? Pode colocar no segundo slide. Pessoal, boa tarde a todos. Quero agradecer o convite, né, de participar deste evento, né? Muito bacana. Quero agradecer a professora Joana, né, e o Madi aqui para esta mesa. Espero trazer alguma coisa de contribuição, tá? Eu estava me preparando para essa fala, eu lembrei, e como eu estou com a aluna defendendo, né, a Daniela está na banca, né, dessa aluna, eu lembrei de algumas coisas que eu acho que mereciam, né, ser destacadas. Eu lembrei, essa questão ela é muito antiga, né? Essa é uma questão, a questão das tecnologias na educação, é uma questão muito antiga, e eu lembrei de um vídeo, né, do Paulo Freire, discutindo com o Seymour Papert, o criador da linguagem Logo, né? Não sei se vocês lembram dessa linguagem, né? Como se... Parece que o debate foi ontem, né? De tão atual que ele é, né? Você pega aí ano de 85, né? É muito tempo, né? Se você pensar em desenvolvimento tecnológico, né? De celulares, de computadores, né? E aí eu lembrei desse vídeo, né? Onde o Papert, né? O Papert é piagetiano, né? Onde ele defende, né? Nesse debate com o Paulo Freire, mais ou menos 45 minutos, essa questão, né, das tecnologias como redentora, né, da educação, no sentido de, a partir daquele momento, a criança poderia administrar a sua própria educação, né? Ele chega a falar isso no vídeo, né, como basta ele escolher na prateleira, né, o assunto que ele quer aprender, né, que ele vai conseguir assistindo, né, o vídeo, né, se transformar, né? Então vale a pena assistir, né? Então também lembrei de outros artigos, né, até mesmo uns artigos antigos, né? Tem um artigo das Cisneiros, né, dos Cisneiros de 1999, também é muito interessante, né, porque ele é como se estivesse falando das coisas hoje, né? Eu estou fazendo a relação com o tempo aí, na 1999, né, para 2022, é muito tempo, né, do ponto de vista de mudanças tecnológicas, né? O Cisneiros, ele faz um apanhado histórico, né? Inclusive, ele traz um pouco da história americana, né, relacionada a essa questão da inserção das tecnologias na educação, né, e mostrando que, na maioria das vezes, né, é uma história de insucessos, né, poucas experiências exitosas, né, e cíclico, né, são políticas cíclicas, né, então, como se fossem coisas de hoje mesmo, né, tá? Então, essa é uma questão muito antiga, né, a própria Sancho, né, traz também, né, uma análise, né, dessa conjuntura histórica, né, mostrando, né, o fracasso de diversos programas relacionados à inserção das tecnologias na educação, como o Proinfo, né, claro, né, tem algumas coisas, algum êxito, né, o Proinfo, por exemplo, formou uma leva de pesquisadores, né, mas no chão da escola, né, foi pífio, né, o resultado disso, né? E hoje a gente está discutindo isso, né? Então, por exemplo, pegar um autor mais atual, né? Um artigo mais atual, alguma fala mais atual, você pega o Castells, ele vai falar da obsolescência da educação, né? Dizendo que com o advento das tecnologias de comunicação e informação, né, a educação se torna mais obsolente, porque se a escola trabalha nesse nível imediato, né, de ensino e aprendizagem, né, as redes conseguem fazer também nesse nível imediato, né. Então, esses problemas, né, de discutir, né, a questão da inserção das tecnologias na educação são problemas antigos, né, e, né, esses problemas estão relacionados com o ambiente escolar, e na escola a gente sabe que orbita vários outros tipos de problemas, né, sociais, econômicos, né, políticas públicas inadequadas, né, uma série de situações, né, que acaba agravando ainda mais, né, a situação do pobre professor, né, que a gente não pode esquecer que as duras penas, né, têm desenvolvido um trabalho árduo, né, um trabalho importante, né, mas sem as condições ideais, e isso acaba, né, de certa forma, interferindo numa questão fundamental da escola, que é a questão da mediação dos conteúdos escolares, né? Então, por exemplo, a formação do professor não trabalha isso adequadamente. Posso falar com propriedade com relação aos cursos de matemática, né? A pessoa sai do curso de matemática, mas ele não se apropria, né, de um conceito de mediação, né? E o conceito de mediação, né, ele é propedêutico, né, a qualquer tipo de atividade de ensino-aprendizagem, né? Então, nós temos várias questões aí, né, orbitando, né, essas questões da escola, das tecnologias, né? Bom, de qualquer forma, né, as tecnologias estão aí, né, e vão ficar aí, né, não vão desaparecer, né, e nós temos que pensar nessas tecnologias no terreno da educação, né. Eu acredito que seria muito interessante, né, a gente começar a pensar, né, na prática, né, como fazer, né, como utilizar as tecnologias na educação matemática, na física, na química, na biologia, né, a partir desses pressupostos teóricos, né, que foram muito bem trabalhados pela teoria histórico-cultural, né, foram depurados, né, conceitos que foram depurados, né, e então seria muito interessante pensarmos a respeito disso, né, como que eu vou fazer isso na minha prática, porque a gente discute muito, né, as teses, dissertações, os livros, né, mas a prática é uma coisa diferente, né. Eu penso que seria muito saudável, né. Eu tenho tentado fazer isso nas minhas orientações, né, de mestrado, de doutorado, né, mas seria muito interessante a gente, né, começar a fazer isso, né, que tem poucas experiências também nesse sentido, né. Bom, então, né, pessoal, as tecnologias, elas eu não estou vendo ali o slide, mas as tecnologias estão aí, nós temos que pensar sobre elas, né. Do ponto de vista da escola, eu creio que o Davidov, né, o autor que a gente mais lê por aqui, né? Então, o Davidov, ele traz, né, muitas contribuições, né? Eu coloquei ali uma síntese. Você passa para onde está ali a síntese, tá?
Está no terceiro.
Que fala sobre... Não mais.
Ensino desenvolvimental de Davi.
Acho que é da Raquel. Então, isso aí a gente considera, né, como se fosse o coração do ensino desenvolvimental, né? As ações, né, que correspondem ao movimento do abstrato para o concreto, né? E que o Davidov, né, é uma síntese, né, eu diria. Tá? Então, ele ali, né, a gente na prática começa trabalhando com um problema investigativo, né? Esse problema investigativo ele tem que ter um sentido, né? Um sentido social. Né? Então, depois eu vou tentar dar um exemplo. Né? Então, a partir desse problema investigativo, que o aluno, né, a partir de uma experiência, né, coletiva em sala de aula, com outros colegas, com a mediação do professor, ele vai se deparar, né, com o aspecto geral do objeto, o aspecto nuclear do objeto, né, aconselha-se partir, né, desse aspecto mais geral do objeto. Né. E, a partir disso, né, ele vai encontrar o modelo que define o objeto, né, uma fórmula, um gráfico, né, um desenho, né, que reflete o objeto, né, em sua totalidade. Tá? Eu poderia dar o exemplo do teorema de Pitágoras. Né? Você tem lá o triângulo retângulo, o modelo é triângulo retângulo A ao quadrado igual a B quadrado mais C quadrado. Né? E a partir disso, né, você vai, né, desencadear um processo aí, um processo de investigação, vai validar esse modelo, né, em diversas situações, vai aplicar esse modelo em diversas situações e você monitora, né, todo o processo de ensino-aprendizagem e você avalia, né, o processo pedagógico, né, avalia essa experiência. Né. Uma coisa importante aí, né, que eu entendo, é que o aluno, ele é o sujeito aí no processo, ele é o sujeito, né? Existe uma diferença enorme, né, de você propor uma atividade tradicional e uma atividade desenvolvimental, né? Depois eu vou tentar fazer também essa coisa aí. Como é uma ciência, né? Por exemplo, se for uma matemática, né, por exemplo, eu entendo, né, que ali no interior da atividade você tem que tomar um drink com a lógica formal. Tá? Você tem que, porque essa é a essência da matemática, né? Os resultados da matemática têm que ser generalizados sobre esse aspecto da lógica formal. Né? Ou seja, você vai ter que arrumar formas, né, de validar esse conhecimento de acordo, né, com os alunos que estão trabalhando. Né? Claro, as crianças não são lógicos formais, mas você vai buscar argumentações, né, que mostram a generalidade, né? A validade daquele objeto, né, etc. Né? Então, é nesse processo aí, né, entendo que esse processo aí é o que a gente precisa se concentrar, né, numa atividade, numa aula. Né? Eu trouxe um exemplo ali, vou passar para cá só para... Esse exemplo aqui é de uma turma foram alunos do curso de matemática que fizeram, né? O processo avaliativo deles era o seguinte: tem que elaborar um projeto de intervenção e aplicar aos seus colegas como se eles fossem alunos seus, né? E aí eles apareceram com isso aqui, né? Achei formidável, né, o trabalho deles, muito bem feito, e eu vou relatar aqui alguns problemas que nós tivemos aqui, né? Então, isso aí, vamos pensar que é uma mesa de bilhar, né? Isso está num livro chamado Investigação Matemática, em sala de aula. é uma mesa de bilhar, ela é quadriculada, tá? Esses quadradinhos aí são do mesmo tamanho, tem 1 centímetro, né, de uma unidade cada lado, tá? E eles apresentaram isso, né? O jogo consiste em você dominar, né, essa mesa de bilhar no seguinte aspecto. Ela só tem 4 bocas, você lança a bola de uma boca ali, né? Ela vai atravessar as diagonais dos quadradinhos, vai bater aqui, né? E vai atravessar aqui, ela só atravessa as diagonais, entendeu? E aí era para o aluno, então, compreender esse jogo, né? Então, eles fizeram isso muito bem feito. Passa, por favor. Bom, eles levaram folhas de papel, né? Essa tecnologia, folhas de papel. O que acontece com essas folhas de papel? Se mostrou inadequada na hora. Ele saiu distribuindo a folha para os grupos, né? A folha de papel se mostrou inadequada. Porque não tem as medidas corretas, né? Então isso vai atrapalhar, né? Então começaram a riscar a torta direita, mas ela poderia ser corrigida, né? Levaria tempo, né? Você teria que desenhar com régua, né? Etc. Tá? E aí eles tinham levado folhas quadriculadas. As folhas quadriculadas davam certo. O problema das folhas quadriculadas é que aquela mesa de snooker lá, ela vai mudar, né? Ela não é uma mesa fixa, tá? É uma mesa, eu vou usar uma mesa 3x5, mas depois eu vou usar uma 7x8, e eu tenho que teorizar isso aí. A brincadeira era essa, né? Quantos quadrados, né, essa bola atravessa, quantas vezes toca na tabela, né? Então, essa tecnologia aqui era um pouco melhor, mas a dinâmica de ficar desenhando mesas, tornava o serviço enfadonho, né? Ficava ruim, né? Para a dinâmica, né? E aí eu disse para eles, usa essa outra tecnologia, né? E aí essa ficou melhor, porque eles não utilizavam papel, né? E você poderia desenhar facilmente centenas de retângulos, né? E aí eles fizeram a experimentação, tá? E conseguiram compreender o problema totalmente, né? Compreender o problema totalmente seria dizer qual a lógica, né, que rege essa brincadeira, né? Então, esse aqui se mostrou melhor, né? Porque essa é uma tecnologia digital, né? Mas não estou aqui defendendo essa, né? Na experiência, essa se mostrou melhor, né? Então, se você não tivesse essa, um pouquinho do papel quadriculado também daria, né? Você vai com paciência que vai, né? Então, nesse caso aqui, a tecnologia, ela é secundária, né? A intencionalidade da atividade não era escolher tecnologia, né? Mas ela serviu para o aluno viver a experiência, viver um processo, né? Uma experiência coletiva com os outros colegas, né? E a gente conseguiu que ele abstraísse, né? Que ele arrancasse da experiência a lógica que define, né? Que conta isso, né? Tá? Então, por exemplo, se eu vou ensinar um conteúdo, né, do segundo grau, sei lá, como eu falei, o Teorema de Pitágoras, né, eu posso utilizar tecnologias, né, e tecnologias, né? Então, eu até tenho uma dissertação de mestrado que é sobre o Teorema de Pitágoras, né? E a gente fez algumas experiências, né? Então, mas no final, né, vivendo aquela experiência, o aluno conseguiu. Por exemplo, se a mesa, ele conseguiu pensar assim, no primeiro caso, se a mesa é 3x5, ele vai atravessar 15 quadrados. E foi fazendo a experiência e logo ele falou, é só multiplicar os lados. Né? Ele teve uma abstração, né? Ele tirou uma ideia dessa primeira experiência. Aí eu mudei, eu coloquei 6 e 10. Aí furou o raciocínio dele. Né? A gente vai mediando. Mas olha esse caso, faz esse caso, conta esse caso. Olha, esse caso não está dando certo. Né? E aí ele vai viver outra experiência para explicar aquele outro caso, até ele arrematar, entender todo o processo. Né? Então, por exemplo, o processo aí você multiplica, no final a síntese é essa, né? Você multiplica e divide pelo maior divisor comum, que você tem sempre o resultado. Né? Então, é uma experiência de uso, né, de tecnologia no ensino-aprendizagem, né, de matemática. Tá? Esse problema, para eles, foi um problema interessante, eles se sentiram muito motivados, eu não sei porquê, né? Não fui eu que preparei a aula, foi o aluno que trouxe ela, né? Acho que essas coisas de jogos aí, acho que eles ficam empolgados. Né? Entendeu? Então, e aí você percebe, né, que se constrói, né, as funções mentais superiores a partir de uma atividade, né, que você permite o aluno, né, passar por aquelas etapas. Né? Se fosse numa aula sustentada, uma aula tradicional, né, o professor falava, aqui está a mesa de bilhar, né, a brincadeira é isso, e no final ele mesmo resolve para o aluno, fala assim, a resposta é isso. Né? Então você tira totalmente, né, o encantamento, né, do conteúdo científico. Né? Então, nesse sentido, né, que eu tenho tentado trabalhar as tecnologias, né? E assim, eu uso muito, né? Uso muito o aplicativo que a Joana falou, de algebra, né? Mas a gente vai amadurecendo, né? Não uso mais como eu usava, né? Eu uso agora de uma outra maneira, né? Você vai lendo, né? Vai se apropriando, né? E vai trazendo experiências desse tipo.
Obrigado, professor Delcy. Com certeza também teve muita contribuição a sua fala, né? O formato da mesa não vai dar um tempo assim para debater, né? Eu vou usar 1 minuto aqui, talvez, para fazer uma síntese, né? Porque as falas, eu acho que se convergem, né? Então, quando a professora Joana fala que a tecnologia não pode ocupar a centralidade, né, do processo educativo, formativo, né? E aí, do outro lado, o professor Delcy cita o Cisneiros, né, que vai dizer que já de longa data, né, pesquisa lá de 99, vai dizer que, historicamente, essa ideia, né, essa concepção que vem sendo empenhada, as ferramentas tecnológicas, tem demonstrado fracassos quando se pensa o desenvolvimento que se procura, né, que se busca nas atividades com os alunos, né. E também, ontem o professor Dimitri ele falou uma coisa muito interessante, né, quando ele falava das atividades para as crianças. Ele disse que somente a intervenção verbal não é suficiente para que essas crianças venham formar os conceitos com qualidade. Então, ele estava dizendo assim, que a gente tem que pensar as atividades, né? E aí, o próprio professor Denis exemplificou aqui na prática, né, ainda de manhã, atividades que mobilizavam a coletividade no sentido de fazer aquela modelação, ou seja, trazer o aluno, aproximar ele, o interesse dele para o conteúdo, né, para aquela atividade. E aí é exatamente isso, né, que a gente pode almejar com relação à tecnologia, né? Então, como que elas podem ser utilizadas? São extremamente necessárias. Vamos pensar nesse evento que está acontecendo no simpósio, altamente tecnológico. Então, nós estamos tendo transmissão ao vivo, nós estamos tendo tradução simultânea, né? E uma coisa assim fantástica, né? E aí a gente pode pensar, né, nessa frase do Dmitry com relação a somente a intervenção verbal, porque aí os pesquisadores, os estudiosos estão aproximando de uma realidade, ou seja, das dinâmicas que eles desenvolvem lá, né, para além do que a gente está lendo aqui, está buscando. Então, isso graças a essas ferramentas, tradução simultânea, né, o pesquisador está lá em outro país e a gente está interagindo com ele aqui, a gente está promovendo uma aproximação que algumas décadas atrás era totalmente impossível de se imaginar. Então, isso para nós formarmos os conceitos, né, sobre os conteúdos, para o nosso desenvolvimento, né, e eu já conversava com alguns colegas, né, dá uma empolgação, porque a gente sai um pouco, né, dessa ficção, vamos dizer, que a gente vive, né, dos estudos, dos livros, e consegue tatear mesmo alguma coisa, né? Então, a gente vê, por exemplo, o trabalho prático, né, que o Elci apresenta de uma atividade. Aí, quando ele vê mais próximo o que está acontecendo lá, né, vamos dizer, dos fundadores, né? Então, isso dá uma confiança, né, que é por aí mesmo, ok? Bom, não tendo mais o tempo aqui, então a gente vai dar por encerrado, né, a mesa. Agradeço a professora Joana, professor do Elci, e obrigado pela atenção. A gente vai dar continuidade à atividade.
Só um recadinho, lembrando que as meninas ali, Regiane e Elisa, estão com os exemplares do livro, né, do Cajó, quem tiver interesse, tá?
Pessoal, boa tarde. Para quem não pegou ainda o fone, agora na próxima nós vamos precisar do equipamento de tradução, tá? Então, por favor, dirija ali na entrada e pegue o fone lá, por favor.
Угу. Окей, меня слышно так? Так. Угу, теперь слышно? Угу. Да. Продолжаю говорить. Продолжаю говорить. Сейчас я посмотрю свои настройки. Так. Получается ли? Слышно ли? Типа как только так сразу? Понятно. Угу. Ну, я говорю. Попробую наушники. Попробуем так. Ну, как, слышно что-нибудь? Ничего не слышно, прекрасно. Молодец. Ага. Так, хорошо. 1, 2, 3, 4. Да. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. Мы в эфире? Нет, мы еще не в эфире. Так что будем продолжать гнать пургу. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Скоро за вами придут опять. Так, ну как, что-нибудь хоть слышно? Или снова какая-то? А это вряд ли. Это вряд ли. Прекрасно. Главное все делать вовремя, или как? Так. Окей. Потому что у меня тут вроде все включено. У меня звук включен. У меня камера включена. У меня аудио. Микрофон работает. Это мой встроенный микрофон. Это прекрасно. Угу. Да. Ну да. Так, ладно, пока. Давай попробую. Да, давай, да. Так, ты мне будешь говорить. Давай, да, и анимации, давай. Там никого пока в зале нету? Да. Так. Так, я включаю. В принципе, его... Так. Я говорю. Я даже включила музыку. Ничего не слышно? Слышно? Так, ну пусть теперь погромче. Так. Пошло? Так нормально? Слышно? Угу. Yes, okay, so now I'll try to say something and I hope that you can hear me and translate. And please tell me what... Угу. Окей, потом то же самое для мим будем повторять. Ага. Да. Ah, that's good. That's good. Yes. Окей. По крайней мере, у всех хорошее настроение. Так. Да. Да. Я сейчас ее снова открою. It's okay? Теперь я сама себя слышу. Теперь бы отрубиться от этого. Так, погоди-ка, я сейчас проверю с наушниками. Окей. Так, меня слышно сейчас? Так, сейчас.
А я начну завтра. И разобьем.
Проверка. Слышно?
Ага, все.
Ну, все хорошо.
Что-то слышно, но непонятно. Ладно. Ну, как ты понимаешь, наверное, не стоит делать перерыв. Oh, it's my voice. Okay.
Окей. Пробую. Получается? Пиши в чат, потому что я тебя не слышу сейчас. Сейчас я говорю, меня слышно. Отлично. Так, а Мими слышно? Сейчас я напишу ей, чтобы она... Она вообще здесь, потому что я ее не вижу. Мими должны сюда внести, она не вошла сюда, ее должны впустить организаторы.
Nu är jag inne i rummet. Hör du mig nu, Anna? Now I think Anna disappeared.
So, I think now we both are here, right? Mimi. So, a little sound check.
Now I have unmuted my microphone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Yes, so now we can start. Perfect. So, okay. So, finally, we're both here and our presentation as well. And we are really very pleased and honored to have this opportunity to be at this session with you and to talk about learning activity and developmental education. And I am Anna Broman. I work at Stockholm University. Originally, I'm from Russia, but now I moved for some time ago. And this is my colleague.
Yes,
Mimi.
hello everybody. My name is Mimi Värme and I am from Sweden. And Anna and I, we work close together in our teaching at the University of Stockholm, as well as in our research. And as you can see here on the title slide, our session is called Empirical and Theoretical Concepts. developing theoretical concepts according to ELKONIN-DAVYDOV system. So this topic is a favorite topic of ours because it's right in the middle of our research interest. So we are very pleased to be here. Thank you very much for inviting us.
And this session has 2 parts.
I can see the next slide. So it's something with the presentation. I need to see the right slide. Yeah, now you can see the 2 parts. You can read them here. Part 1, where we discuss some core aspects of the developmental education, namely theoretical abstraction, generalization, and theoretical concepts as the content of the learning activity. And part 2, where we discuss the modeling as a condition for the theoretical abstraction in classroom settings.
Yes, so in the first part, we are going to talk about theoretical abstraction, generalization, and theoretical concept as the content of the learning activity. And here you can see a photo of Vasily Davidov. Of course, you've seen him before. And as you know, his interest concerned a special kind of instruction, namely such instruction that can lead to the development of thought. Vasily Vasilyevich questioned the kind of instruction which actually often characterizes today's schools. And it doesn't matter if these are Russian schools, these are Swedish schools, Brazilian schools, or so on. It is very common. What is it? Davidov argued that the instruction which we can meet at the schools stimulates such way of thinking that students have already developed. It is empirical thinking. And empirical thinking concerns mainly memorizing new subject-specific words, such instruction, but not developing a new way of thinking.
And
It feels like it is some issues with the sound.
It's the wrong slide. It's the wrong slide here, so we have to back.
Yeah. That's a bit strange. I think so. Just in case, we are changing the slides at our presentation. I don't know if someone else is doing it, but please don't then.
Yeah.
So do you see the right one now?
I don't think so.
So?
Yeah, that is the one. So Vasily Davidov, he posed a very important and interesting question here. He asked, how can students' thinking be developed further? And Davidov has shown that many scientific subject-specific concepts are based on theoretical generalization and not empirical.
Yes, if someone can give us a bit of feedback on how the slides are changing, it would be perfect. So,
yes, that's the right one.
mm-hmm. Can you see it as a big one, as a large one on the screen? So you can see just me now, right? It's a bit of an issue here with slides and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, we hope that you can see the slide. Please give us some feedback. Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have the thumbs up. So the audience sees slides.
The audience sees slides. Good.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we move on because the content is quite difficult. So if we come to what does it mean, the development of students' theoretical thinking, the thing which Davidov thought is the most important thing. So he says that it implies mastering of the theoretical knowledge. And now the question is, what does theoretical knowledge refer to, according to Davidov?
Yes, and we can read here one quote of Davidov. It states, by theoretical knowledge, Davidov means contentful abstraction and generalization and theoretical concepts taken as a unity. So this is the content of the learning activity. And we will now take you a bit more deeply into this issue.
Yes. So the question is, again, what is contentful abstraction and generalization? And what is a theoretical concept? And what does it actually mean to have a concept of something? And we have to answer these questions in order to understand what Davidov means.
Mm-hmm. A concept refers to the abstract content of a linguistic term. Sometimes we use the expression word or term, and sometimes the expression concept. However, these expressions does not really refer to the same thing. An example here, a child may use the word ice cream, which in culture is a term with a certain meaning, but for the child, maybe right now, the meaning of ice cream might be the same as the meaning we other put into the concept of cold.
So we can say that probably that the word is more of a form and a concept always means something more. It is the word's meaning. And as we know from Vygotsky, the meaning of the word is changing in the child's development. So when we are in school and when we talk about concepts, and we can demonstrate something and exemplify, sometimes we can notice that students understand what we are talking about. But sometimes we notice that some students, or probably many students, they do not understand. So we can feel that sometimes students develop the concept, but sometimes they do not. And here it is important to notice that we are talking about the concept development or developing, and not concept transfer. So we cannot just give or transfer a concept from our head to the head of our student, unfortunately.
So there is some kind of process going on in the child where the child develops new concepts. And Davidov was interested in this process and how it could be enabled through school instruction.
So if we want to organize school instruction in the best way, then we need to understand what kind of process we are talking about, what kind of process we are aiming at, and what is actually going on in the child's head. How do we develop concepts?
So this is right here when it comes to concept development, students' concept development. The terms abstraction and generalization are core concepts. They are central.
Yes, and if we are talking about the difference between an empirical and a theoretical concept, which is the topic of this session, this difference concerns actually the character of these logical operations of abstraction and generalization. So we will take a closer look at an example so that we can explore this a bit further. As we just talked about, the same word, and now as we work at school, so we take the subject-specific word. So a word which we use in the school subject. The same word can be an empirical concept or a theoretical concept for a student or for us, depending on how we generalize.
So we will take an example here, which we also can read about in Davidov's text. It's the subject-specific word circle as an empirical concept and as a theoretical concept. Hopefully you, after that, can see the difference between an empirical concept and a theoretical concept.
And now we can see if I can manage with the next slide. Otherwise, we'll think about it. I think I'll try actually now to share my screen.
we are going to show you two short films on two ways of demonstrating the circle. And if we can manage showing the films, the meaning is that you're going to think about what is the difference in these two ways of showing circle. So,
And now the question, can you see the slide? The right one. These are two, you can see right now 2 pictures on it, probably. Mimi, can you see it?
yes, I see it.
Oh, perfect. Sometimes it works. So now I'll try to check out this video to the left. Could you see it? I will repeat. I'll just pause.
Yes, we can.
The sharing. Yes. So you could see what he was doing. This. Now we will check the second one. Can you see the slide again?
No.
No, we'll try again. Yes, this one. So now you should be able to see it.
Yes.
Okay. Could you see this? Now I'll check.
Yes.
So,
and now you can discuss in pairs what you would say. What is the difference in these two ways of demonstrating the circle? Just discuss with the person next to you in a couple of minutes.
you can write your version, or you can just think on it a bit. We'll return to these two videos shortly.
Okay. Someone can please just tell us when you think you have discussed it for a short while, when you are done, so we know.
So, very good. Now we continue. So what we could see is that...
Wait a minute, Anna, wait
Yes?
a minute. They need a second more. They need some few seconds more. We can
Yes,
read
absolutely.
it in.
Yes, I cannot because I see the screen only. But it's very good that you can, of course.
See. Okay. Now they are seeing our screen, so now we can share our presentation.
Yes.
Again and continue. Yes, we stopped, and now we will go on again.
So now you can see this slide again, I hope. So we have this question right now kind of hanging. We will return to this talk about the difference, but we can see that there is a difference. There is a difference in the movement. There is a difference in how they show the circle.
And here we will continue with this circle example. As you can see here, some objects here in front of you. Everybody can see here that some of them are more circular than the others, but they are all kind of circles. They are circle-like. So empirical abstraction and generalization is what we are going to show on this certain slide. You can think about the student that identifies the circular form as a specific property of the item. And this identification is called empirical abstraction. So you can see here, the student identifies the circular form as a common visible property for a group of items, empirical generalization. So even if not all the items are perfect circles, the child might say that these are items that look pretty much the same. So it is an empirical generalization. It is a movement in thought from several concrete objects to what is common, as based on what is possible for the student to experience directly with the senses, to see or to feel with his hands if it's objects, geometric figures or objects. So this is a movement in thought from several concrete objects, you can see in the picture, to the abstract. The abstract here refers to the circular form. So one might ask, what becomes possible for the student who develops an empirical concept as a tool of his thought. On the basis of empirical generalization, it is possible, with the example of the circle, for the student to draw or create a circle-like figure by imitating this circular shape, which the student just abstracted as common. And the student can probably also distinguish a circle from a non-circle, more or less. Starting from a circle as an empirical generalization, the student can thus solve a certain kind of tasks, not all kind of tasks related to circle, but certain kinds of tasks. We will continue to show the difference between this sort of concept, empirical concept, from a theoretical concept.
And we can also think about what kind of tasks or what kind of tasks do we give at the school usually to the children, especially well, the first grade, probably second grade. Find all circular or find all circles in this room. Sort these figures. You can see here this. It is a result on the picture. You can see the result of this sorting work at Swedish school. So when it comes to the theoretical abstraction and generalization, the name of these logical operations, well, it is kind of almost the same: abstraction, generalization. But the logic behind them is totally different. So here, first of all, what we work with, or what the student works with, is not all these circles, but the student needs just one circle to start with. Why? Because the most important here is, by working in a special way, in which way we will talk a bit later about it, to make the theoretical abstraction. And here it will not be a circle like a circular shape, as in the previous example with empirical abstraction, but something different. Here, the student distinguishes what constitutes any circle in general by distinguishing what constitutes this particular circle. Firstly, we don't need 100 of circles for understanding how to create a circle. And then well, the circle as a relation, the relation which constitutes any circle in general. It is a relation between a given point, the center of the circle, and then all points in a plane, which are placed on the same distance from this given point. And this circle is constructed by a movement. We can see by what kind of movement. So in this movement of the thought, we start also with a concrete, very concrete circle, a very concrete case or example. But we don't need many concrete things, but we need one specific case in order to come to the abstract, to distinguish the abstract and general for any circle. And then the next, so this is the theoretical abstraction. And then we, in our mind, we build kind of a tree with all possible manifestations of this general relation, all possible circles. And in this kind of logic, dialectical logic, this movement, when we build the whole system of all possible manifestations, this system is called the concrete. So there is a big difference in understanding what is the abstract, what is the concrete, and what goes first. In the traditional school, we used to go from the concrete to the abstract. We hear it many times. And that means that it actually refers to the empirical generalization and abstraction. And here, and Davidov writes about it, the main method, the method of the whole system is ascending. The method of thinking, theoretical thinking, is ascending from the abstract to the concrete. It is building the whole system from one case, kind of. Here you can read yourselves. I hope we translated it correctly. So when we come back to these two videos, probably can just, okay, I'll not be going back to them, but at the first video, one could see this empirical circle or understanding of the circle. It was this circular shape, kind of circular shape, which was shown. And in the other video, the person, this champion, he was building, he was reconstructing the circles. So he had the general method of reconstructing the circle. One could see. And here just one more example, so that we don't do it only with a circle, but we can take another concept. We don't need to take a subject-specific word, but we can take the yogurt as an example. And here one can talk about why do we need empirical concepts and when do we actually need theoretical concepts as tools of thought. So we usually ask our students, did you try or did anyone try to make yogurt at home yourselves? And some people, they have actually tried. And sometimes it goes okay, they get yogurt. Sometimes, well, it finishes not very much okay, and they just cast it. So if you just want to describe yogurt or to classify, is it a yogurt or is it probably a milk or kefir or sour cream, you orient yourself at some visible features, visible or just something that you can experience. We say that, well, I tried it, it's something sour and it's white, it's creamy, probably it is yogurt. Looks like yogurt, tastes like yogurt. When we go to the shop and we try to buy some yogurt, do we need a theoretical concept of yogurt for this? No, we don't. We need to know the word yogurt on the package. Probably we remember what kind of color or shape this package is, and we can tell to our children, can you go and buy yogurt? It is blue and white package. You will not miss it. So in our everyday life, we are actually very much okay with empirical concepts. So when do we need theoretical concepts? Yes, when it comes to the technology, when it comes to something which we need to be able to regularly reproduce, when the outcome should be the same all the time. You don't want to go to the shop and one day buy yogurt and another day something very strange. You want your yogurt to have the same taste all the time. So for that, one actually needs to know what are these general relations? What is the essence of the yogurt? And here you can see that if we begin to explore these relations, then we will come to something like this. For sure, it's not the, we probably can continue with this. But for example, as a skis, it is important what type of the raw material which we use. We can have goat yogurt, sheep yogurt, well, normal cow milk yogurt, and so on. What kind of the culture do we use to produce this product? For yogurt, it is some specific types of these bacteria and mushrooms. And for kefir, they are different. So we need to know exactly what are they. We need to know what temperature we should have, what time we should have, and if we explore more all these connections, so then we will come that we actually need to know a lot about these bacteria's physiology. So then we need to know how they live and so on. So here we can see that empirical concepts and theoretical concepts, they aim at different things. And well, we probably need them both, for sure, for everyday life and for scientific life. But why we are talking about just theoretical concepts? Again, because children, already before they come to school, they use empirical thinking. They observe what the family do or does. They observe other adults. They observe other children. They classify. They do many things, and they can come to these empirical concepts themselves. To many of them. But when it comes to the theoretical concepts, the students need to get an opportunity to a special kind of work, because you cannot see, it is not written on yogurt or how it is created. You cannot see it. You need to explore it. You need to abstract these general relations, the essence of yogurt. And it is another type of work.
And we can also say that that kind of work, abstracting the essence of yogurt, there the students need one example of yogurt to explore. And one might say that this is, on the right side, you can see the yellow square, and that area shows the difference, shows more exactly what developmental education really is about. It is about making these logical processes of theoretical abstraction and generalization possible for the students. So that's why we are talking about empirical concepts and theoretical concepts here in this session, because we need to distinguish between them. And theoretical concepts as tools of thought is what Davydov refers to when he talks and writes about theoretical thinking.
Now a short question. This content is quite difficult. Do we need a short pause, probably? Kind of 10 minutes?
You decide. Just let us know.
Nos deixem saber. Aqui você tá.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Yes.
All right. Just yes, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. I suppose we are continuing. I hope everyone managed to walk a bit, to drink some water. So, are we ready to continue?
Hi, I'm the interpreter and they are not ready yet. Can you wait a little bit more?
Yes.
Yes, let's wait around 5 minutes or something. Is it okay?
Okay. Okay, I'll tell everybody more 5 minutes, okay? Just a moment. Thank you.
Okay. I hope that we are ready to continue. We have a bit to talk about, and then we would like to have some time for questions.
I don't think they hear us. I can see the audience and they are speaking to each other.
Sorry, I'm just going to tell them, okay, here. It's because we have very complex schematics here to be able to interact now with the Q&A. But because the proper way is to use Zoom, right? We're just going using a small fix to be able to do that. Just 1 second. Someone is coming here into the cabin to the translation booth to help us out, right?
Great.
Thank you.
So they're saying that the professors are or teachers are available for two questions. Okay, they're asking whether anyone has a question here. Where's the other professor? So if you want to comment something that was said by them in the presentation.
Do you want to take questions now or after the whole presentation?
Oh, should we wait until the end of the presentation? Wasn't it over, the presentation?
No.
No.
Não terminou a apresentação. Ah, ok. A apresentação ainda não terminou para fazer perguntas e respostas.
Yeah.
Sorry, we thought it was over.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, now comes the hardest and most difficult part.
Ok, agora vem a parte mais difícil. Então vamos continuar. Okay.
So, can the audience hear us now?
A audiência pode nos ouvir?
I suppose that now the audience can hear us. I hope so. So if if someone can show kind of that you hear us. Because we cannot hear you, that's why. So is the sound on? Can we start? Yes.
Thumbs up.
Perfect. Perfect, perfect. So now I come into the next part. Mimi?
Yes, as you remember, the session has two parts. And this part is about the modeling as a condition for the theoretical abstraction in classroom settings. So now we are taking one step from the difference between empirical and theoretical concepts to how to enable for students to develop theoretical concepts in school.
Yes. So now we will talk a bit about the theoretical abstraction and generalization as the content of the learning activity. And as we were talking about in the part 1, the learning activity aims at enabling logical operations for the students, the theoretical abstraction and theoretical generalization. So the starting point in the classroom for the students' work is a specific case. It is sensorially concrete and specific. You can look at the picture, and this blue circle is refers to this sensorily concrete. So the joint work of the teacher and the students enables the theoretical abstraction for the students. And as it is abstraction as a process, so then we can imagine that students should abstract or discern something. So what is it? As we were talking about previously, it is the principles of how these object which we began to study is created or constructed, which has to be revealed. You can see it as the small brown circle in the figure. So the theoretical abstraction is about working on one specific case in order to reveal the general, the abstract in this case. And Davidov calls it initial general and initial abstraction. Why? Because it is only the first step in this work of thought, in this movement. And when we continue with the next step, after it, we return, and we work on finding out, is it really general? Can we generalize more? Can we work on it more? So this first general that we find working on one case is initial general.
So what is the next move then from there? The students continue developing the theoretical concept by moving from this certain case, the initial general that was discerned. When you take, for example, the circle, they discern how this circle is constructed. Then they take this certain case and move in thought from this certain case to the whole class of similar cases, where each case, if you take the example with the circle again, where each circle is seen as a particular manifestation of this essence, the brown middle circle in the picture here, you can see kind of a tree with flowers or berries or something. So there is a movement here, the next step of this movement, where each case is seen as a particular manifestation of the essence that we found. And this logical operation is what is referred to as theoretical generalization. And how can we make these movements of students' thought possible in the classroom settings? They have to happen. And we need a special method and a special tool for this. And Davidov let us know that this is the modeling as a method and the model as a tool. And we will continue to take you into this a bit more.
Yes, so now we will take a closer look at a sequence of biology instruction which is based on the ELKONIN-DAVYDOV program. You've listened to the creators of this program, to Yelena and Vera and Denise, and Dmitry. So this instruction which we will be talking about, aims at developing the theoretical concept of the life cycle. And we know approximately how the empirical concept of life cycle is being developed at the school. We firstly study one living creature and its life cycle, for example, a butterfly. Then at some point we look at the frog and its life cycle. Then it is probably something else. There are many life cycles which one studies in the biology program. So here we are talking about the theoretical concept of life cycle. And we would like to explore how the modeling as the condition for the theoretical abstraction takes shape.
And the sequence of the biology instruction, we have made a very micro analysis of this sequence, and we are not going to show you a very detailed version here today, but we will it will come an article, it will soon be published, where you can read all the details through this biology instruction, our analysis through it. But we will highlight the most important parts here today. And the students, this lesson in the biology, it begins with the students reading a short text about the development of a mayfly. And here you can see directly that the starting point is one example, and the students will explore this one example, not many, just one. And the teacher gives an instruction to the students. After you have been reading this text, make a diagram which shows the transitions between the different stages in the development of the mayfly. The teacher asks the students, how can we show in the diagram that it is one and the same creature? So the teacher let them read the text, and we will soon show you the text. And we have translated it into Portuguese, so hopefully you can read it on our screen. And you will try, as listener here today, to make such a diagram by yourselves. So we think that there are papers in the room for you to use. You need a pencil or a pen. And just, we will take around 10 minutes for this, not more, because we want to go on after these 10 minutes. So 10 minutes sharp, and you will try to make a diagram based on the text on the next slide, a diagram which shows the transitions between the different stages in the development of the mayfly. So here you can see a picture down under here on the mayfly as adult and egg and a nymph.
And you can choose make this diagram together with your neighbor, for example. It will be perfect. So here is a text.
The task is to make it quite simple, just diagram. Quick one.
Okay, can you hear me? So we won't be able to interact with you, and they'll only show the on the camera the drawings that or the diagrams that everybody is making, right? They'll place a camera on top of the diagram, and then they will show it to you. So we need just a little bit more time to get the camera.
So we'll take 1 more minute so that you can finish your drawings. As we already told, we are not going to put it to look at drawing, but it is quite important that you try. Ask yourself. Okay, let's continue.
Should go. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So now we will continue our conversation. And now you have tried to make these diagrams, and it is exactly what the students are doing there. So, or some kind of problem, but I'm here again. Now I'll try to share screen. Let's hope it will not bug. So, good, perfect. Do like this. Yes. So, you can see Vera here. You listened to her yesterday, and it is a picture of her in the classroom settings, as you can see. And exactly as you were doing it right now, the students create diagrams, and they do it in pairs or small groups. So they discuss the text, and then they try to make some kind of version of the diagram. Then they are asked to draw the diagrams on the whiteboard or blackboard or whatever. And you can see that there can be many different types of diagrams. There can be images of the mayfly and eggs and so on. There can be words. There can be symbols. The diagrams can be circular. They can be linear. So they're very different. And the teacher's task is to go around to check out what the students are doing, and then to ask the groups to draw the diagrams on the whiteboard. Not all the groups, because they can be quite many. Can be all groups, but can be also kind of some of them. The aim is to have all types, different types of diagrams on the whiteboard. And then the discussion begins. And here we are not, as Mimi said, we are not going to make the whole analysis. It is a very interesting thing, but it takes quite time. So what we would like to show here is this movement of thought, which is made by the students with the teacher's help, and by modeling and with the help of the model. So, as we remember, the work starts in the sensorily concrete and the specific. And the discussion always starts from the most specific and sensorily concrete, as we can call it, the mostly mayflyish diagram. We can see that these are pictures, the images of the eggs, the nymph, and the imago. And one can also show probably that some of them develops in water and then they come out. So these diagrams can be very, very different. And if the students have more time, they are usually very artistic, and they make nice pictures in the color, and sometimes it's almost like they write poems about this mayfly. And
Yes,
it's Mhm.
sorry, Anna, we can see now because you are screen sharing, so you can't see it, but I can see one very, very beautiful version that one of you in the hall has made. So this is, yes, a sensorially concrete scheme.
Mhm. Thank you. So, and the teacher begins there. Why? Because we want all the students to to get on this train of thought, is if one can say so. We want all of them to join this work and to make this movement of thought, to make this abstraction. And it's not the thing which just happens directly as with empirical abstraction, but one has to conduct quite a work in order to abstract this essence. So here is the first step. And then you can see that, well, there are just some examples of these schemes. It's absolutely not all of them, and it's not the whole movement, again, that we are talking about. But the whole work of the teacher and the students, the interaction which takes place, helps the students to stepwise move in their understanding from the very sensorially concrete mayfly life cycle to more and more abstract and general understanding, to the essence of the life cycle. The essence of the life cycle, you can see it on the diagram 4. And this movement in this student's understanding could be, it would be impossible without the special learning action of the modeling. And here the modeling has to be understood as the method of knowing the qualities of an object through models, with help of models. All this work is visible for everyone. All these movements of thought are discussed on the blackboard. Nothing is in the air. No one is lost on the way. Everyone should get on this train of the thought. So the whole work with the schemes gradually moves the students from the sensorially concrete and specific case of the mayfly to the initial abstraction, and at the same time the initial general, this essence. Then there will be many, many other lessons during which the students will be exploring this model, and they will be changing and working on this model in order to see, in order to generalize, in order to build up the tree of all these possible life cycles.
So one can say that this movement, as you can see in the picture here, when following from upwards, downwards along the arrow, this is a process taking place by contrasting schemes in a certain order. But we could also say that the last version, number 4, is produced through joint activity. So from the beginning, there are some different versions available on the blackboard and whiteboards, as these are available versions in your room now as well. Some might be circular from the beginning, some might be linear, and in boxes, words, figures, symbols. So it can differ. But somewhere in the process, the joint work is taking place, taking over to go to a joint focus on one version, which we are working together with the teacher and the students to develop according to so the changes in understanding are reflected in changes in the scheme.
And what is important here is that, of course, the teacher couldn't guide the students without having this final version in mind. But, as you can see, we cannot just give this final version and say, here you can see how the life cycle can be schematically shown. But why? If we give these, as we do quite often at the school, we show something to the students, something which someone else developed as a model. But for the students, it will be just another example. Why? Because they didn't go the whole way. They didn't make this step. So for them, it will be just one more example, just one more rule which they do not understand. And then they stay in the empirical thinking. So the whole process is really, really needed. The abstraction and generalization is what the students have to do, to conduct themselves with the teacher's guidance.
So they sort of create the general.
Yeah, create or recreate. This general exists already in the culture often. But to come there, one has to go the same way as the mankind already did. So if we come back to this final version, we can see that it is abstract, no images, nothing else. These are abstract symbols, and it is general. We can see that it shows the what is general for any life cycle. And what is really important, as we said, it is a product of the students and the teachers' joint work. And at the same time, it corresponds to the predefined model, which the teacher had in mind from start, and which let him put on all the questions and which enables the whole way.
And this last version is agreed upon by all. And the final diagram captures the essence of the life cycle of any creature, not the mayfly. So they move in understanding from the specific Mayflight to the general, and thus functions as a model for the students. And each version of the diagram along the way during the work, the joint work in the classroom, reflects a certain stage in the movement of the student's thought.
Mm-hmm. So that's why it is very important that the modeling is not to be understood in the terms of the student's usage of a ready-made general model given by the teacher, as we just talked about. But it should rather be understood as a method which enables theoretical abstraction and generalization as a whole.
And model should not be understood not only as the student's means for the theoretical or contentful generalization, but also as a product of their contentful abstraction, which they conduct in joint activity with the teacher and each other.
So thank you very much for your attention. And we hope that we probably get some questions.
There is a question here. Well, my question is the following. A interpretação já está sendo feita para o inglês. Okay? Professor, before asking the modeling to the students, the professor already has his own model, right? And after the modeling for the students, he's going to work with the student that previous model that he had before working with the students. Is that right?
Thank you for this question. So the model which the teacher already has is a product of a special type of analysis, which is conducted within a group of the researchers together with the teachers. Well, it is a product of two types of analysis. Logical subject matter analysis and logical psychological analysis. So the teacher's work, yes, it is predefined by this model as a product which the students have to come to during this work that teacher is the teacher organizes. And after this first initial model is created, they continue working on it because the work is not stopping there. This model, the general model, is a product of this theoretical abstraction. But then working with this model and working on this model leads to the theoretical generalization. Then the next logical step would be to define what kind of possibilities and limitations this model has in order to move to the next one, if I understood the question correctly.
Any other question? Good afternoon, teachers, professors. My name is André Luiz, and specifically on the topic for the subject to be executed, something that stood out when I was reading the text, to be able to represent through a diagram or even a drawing about the essence of the life form. But the text itself, from my perspective, brings concepts that belong to this essence and this core of the life form. But I might be mistaken in relation to this, because in the text, it brings the months of October, I mean the seasons of the year, winter, open sky. So it mentions some characteristics or properties, and then we're going to think about the temperature of the environment, humidity, the feed of that life form. Sorry, it's going away.
Microfone. Microfone não está saindo aqui.
Não estou mais. Eu não consigo ouvir mais o microfone. Não sei. Pode tentar, por favor? De novo? Pode repetir o final da pergunta? He's going to repeat the final part of the question, okay? Because the mic went off. Okay, whether the work during the development of the core concept of this essence, whether other concepts should be worked at the same time with the core. Can you think about this essence in an isolated manner in this isolated concept?
So, Mimi, do you want to answer? Should I start?
I thank you for your question. I'm not really sure that I understood the question, but I agree on that there are aspects that are specific for the mayfly mentioned in the text, as well as aspects of the character more general. So that was one thing I heard in your question that you were thinking around and reflecting about. But yes, the text is mayfly-ish from the beginning, because we need one example, one specific, concrete example to begin with. And then somewhere in the process, the teacher asks the students, okay, does this scheme that you see now on the whiteboard, can we use it for other creatures than a mayfly? So somewhere in the process, the teacher asked the students to actually reflect upon and makes this movement from the mayfly to the not mayfly-ish to happen. in the reflections. So this is a very important step, but the text is mayflyish. But of course, it's manifestations of this general principle reflected in the text.
And it feels like it was another part or another aspect in your question. You named that there are some different concepts in this text as well, like maybe climate or the season and so on. Should we work on them as well at the same time? Probably the answer here is no, because we have to focus something very special and work on it. On the other hand, one can imagine that how the students understand this text depends, of course, on how they generalize again when it comes to other concepts. How do they understand the season, the winter, spring? How do they understand, for example, the concept of the nymph or imago? So yeah, that's another aspect, and here we are talking about the understanding of the text. And talking about the understanding of the text, there are some researches which shows how the model which students construct changes their ability to understand the scientific texts. For example, one can imagine that a student who just developed this life cycle concept, this student will be reading this text in some other way, and understanding of this text will be on another level than for the student who doesn't have a model of the life cycle, a general model. So it is interconnected.
We can mention that the students that in this example, they goes to they are in 8th grade. So they are about 13 or 14 years old.
Anyone else? Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janaína. I'm a student of a doctoral thesis here in PUC Goiás. My guiding professor is Raquel Freitas. And the version of our research is with the deaf students that communicate through sign language, the Brazilian Sign Language. And I'd like to know whether there is a work with deaf children in Russia and how to work this concept with deaf people, the forming of these concepts with these people. And I thought it was really interesting, the images, because they enable this learning experience for deaf people because they're very visual. So it enables them to learn better. So I would like to know whether there is a work with deaf kids in Russian.
Thank you very much for your question. Really interesting one. For sure, there is work with deaf children in Russia, but I'm not quite sure that it goes accordingly to ELKONIN-DAVYDOV system. Well, as we are working at the Department of Special Education in Sweden, so of course this question is of a special interest for us as well. And it concerns not only deaf children, but also students with, for example, students with another language than Swedish. They come to the Swedish schools and they meet some problems when it comes to the Swedish language. And then we have another group of children with intellectual disabilities. So there are many groups which win with this type of work, because the model visualize the essence, the essential. And as you could see, we used these 2 short films with a circle. And the first one with a person showing the circle, that was from this language. It is an official sign
language.
Yes, sign language. So, but of course, showing this again and showing this, a bit difficult to show, but it even shows the different things. So here one can discuss what this language makes possible to understand. For example, there will be also such a problem. Mimi, do you want to add something?
It's an important question, and one needs to explore how to make it possible for various kinds of students with various needs to join this kind of learning activity. So it's not an easy answer there, but it's important.
Yes, and if we are talking about the inclusive education, so then it can be seen as a step towards inclusion in the educational content.
So it's the last question now, and they're going to... Sorry, I cannot hear them. Would like to thank you very much for your availability to be participating here with us, to contribute with us for the relevance of this topic, to think about an empirical concept and theoretical concept is a challenge, is a way to challenge us to teach. So we are grateful for this huge contribution, and we hope that in other opportunities we'll be able to share other discussions and other topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it is just way in the it's just way in the some not at the main road, but it is it's showing children what we can do and what we can't do, and we showing them how with experiment we can understand something. Okay, we see that receptor is on the skin. Okay, let's move on. We must solve the problem of transmission. This problem contains the understanding what parts of frog's neural system participate in the transmission of signal. We have nerves. I think we will have the presentation by weekend. We have nerves. And we have spinal brain. Yes? What to do to understand? Okay, but it's similar. What to do to understand that what parts of nervous system participate in the way of signaling? Okay. Sorry. I will quickly here. So, what we need to do with this poor frog to understand what parts of nervous system are participating in the way of signal.
We only have one frog to test.
Yes. I think we must talk about this question. Just about we have only one frog or many. Of course, scientists have many frogs. It's one of popular exemplars you can do science experiments. And scientists killed many frogs. And it is important to tell children in this part, when some of these questions is shown on, that we have science ethics now. And when it was before, nobody cared about frogs or even humans you experiment with. And now we have very strictly rules of ethics, and we don't have to kill or experiment with many animals because we need less. And for this point, we have frog from the paper, not the real frog, because we don't need it. We know what is happening. But in this particular experiment, we have so many frogs that we want. So we can do anything with these frogs. How to solve the problem? How the signal is going? Maybe these muscles contracts. So signal goes like this from the receptor. We remove it here, so I move it here, and to muscles. And so we need only know how to solve the problem, how to decide what is right, what we need to this signal, what not. Okay, but what we can do with this nervous system? How do we know that head brain, the cerebrum, doesn't need in this movement? How do we know that we don't need this? How Sharon can know it?
I think the answer is like remove everything.
But yes, she removed this and it is worked. So we don't need this to this movement. So we can remove everything in one time. So this and this. Yes, in some ways. So okay. Removing the spinal brain. Not happening at all. And when we get another probe and remove the nerves, we try to do this, and it's not working. So, what we can say, of course, we need both. We need both of them. And it is a kind of end for this point, because, okay, we need all of them. But the spinal cord and the spinal brain, and the nerves are different. But we see that they only need for one thing. And in this place, we can see that we don't know anything, everything. We know something. We know that signal go this way, but we don't know why. Because the simplest way is this, from the receptor to muscle. Why this long way? In this time, children can understand that they have a lack of information, of anatomical information. They don't need have to understand what is here. Why they are so different? One is thin, one is a little bit fat, and with some details. What is structure of it? And now they need this information, and I can say, okay, I'm giving you the information. Please try to read it. And they have a little text like this. It is, I think, not very good to read because it's just information without any water, you know. So it's just every word is important. It has some missing points. These missing points is needed to remember something or figure something out. Let's try to understand this first point. Sorry, do you see this, or we need to be getting see? Okay, so try to understand what words do we need to pass in this point. Yes, 3 variants. Smaller. Yeah. Okay. We see the information about 45 centimeters, 45, and we have, sorry? Yes, we see this. And I don't have this thing to measure, but it's about 10 centimeters. Hagwa. I don't have Hagwa, so it's about 10 centimeters. So, okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, okay, 45, but we have still big place, so little bit less, okay? And children don't read carefully. And in this first paragraph, thank you very much. You are very tall. And in this first paragraph, when we check it, I think if not everybody, but the most part say equal, because they don't count They don't want to count, because why count if it is like some information? And we try to show them in this first paragraph that, okay, read this carefully. And it is just for that little fun to say them, you are don't read properly. Or say you are very good at reading, but it's like never happens. Okay, next two is like about oxygen and hemoglobin. The last part is to understand if they clearly completed to reading this part of how many parts of something you have. Do you need 2 minutes to read without my blah, blah, blah? Okay. Okay, so 31 segments, 2 pairs of roots. We have 124 roots, and nerves, it's just 2 on one segment, so 62. Then we do it again. It's about checking process. Yes, in the lesson, without marks, just to check the understanding. How many? You can show with the fingers. 2? Yes, of course, 2 segments. And this? The question is here. How much? Okay. Yes. One dose. Okay, sorry. Radius, of course, we figured the systems. And the one funny question, children always fail. This question, can you show with fingers 1 or 2? This is the question, it is for 1 and it is for 2. Okay, you can, but you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't know the answer.
Yes. And this is about text. Thank you. In text, we have this paragraph about razors. Anterior razors, e posterior. You see this in this. Okay. We have some bubble on the posterior, the back one, and we see this back one, so we know that this is back and it is front. Okay. So it's just for careful reading and saying to child, read, and they, of course, they see the text and they don't need to do it in memory, just to justify text and understanding. So. Okay, now we know bigger. We have some little. We wouldn't stop about it. It's just part of the lesson to children. We show some anatomy about around. Yes, we have spinal cord, not brain. Yes, and also and these parts. Yes, and yes, it is. Race, yes, you have this terminology. Yes, okay, and then we can come back to text and ask what is it and what is it, and in text we have the answers. It is the part when they learned one neuron. They learned myelin shell, and also. So they can understand what does it mean. And then we going back to Shelton because he know it. And what we can do next to understand the way of signaling. Huh? What we can do next?
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
I have to learn how things connect.
Yes, but we see this. Well, this is how connected. And we don't see deeper inside because we can't with microscope. It's very combined. So we can just see this is nerve, this is spinal brain, and this is two little things we didn't know about. What to do? Okay, we can do the similar. What to cut?
Everything.
Huh? What cut? Cut one and another not, and the reverse. Here we can count how many frogs did we kill, and try to be economy in this, and try to understand the logic of behavior with the experimental objects, and not to do bad things, only just bad things. And understand that if we can cut this root on this frog and experiment with this leg, after that we can not throw it in garbage, yes? We can cut another root in another leg and see what happens. Okay, so we can understand the process and not killing many frogs, we can kill less. Okay, let's kill some. One root, and I believe I need to demonstrate. We have paper with acid. Nothing happens. Take another frog. Another race. And in this moment, students don't accept anything because they tired of results in zero. Even scientists tired of zero results. So in this part, it is fun that something is happening. We got the front root. We wait some moment, and then another leg. This is not moving. Another leg is cutting the paper. Children are very surprised. I believe Sheraton was surprised, and I believe he did it because he was economic and don't kill any frogs, and he just cut this one, and then he started experimenting this, and he saw this. I believe it's not the purpose; it just happened, and this is very good experiment because now we can say how signal is going. So please, how the signal is going in the spinal brain. We know it's coming from the nerve, then it somehow be here, and somehow again in the nerve. So what did this road? What he do on these crossroads? And why? Because of experiments. Please, can you show it? Because I don't understand. You can move and show. Okay. It's easier. You can this. You can find it. Yeah. Muscles are and from the receptor, how it is going? On the yes, but posterior or anterior? Why is that so? Why signal is going on posterior to have in the central nervous system, and the anterior, of course, to go outside? How we can say from the experiments of Sheraton? When we cut the posterior, what's happening? Nothing happens. And when we cut the anterior, something happens, but with not the right leg. Yes. Yes. So signal come in the central nervous system, but it doesn't come out in the right place because the way is destroyed. Yes. And then it seems like it's finding another way to do it. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Gracias. Okay, so children with problems, but they will decide this task when they think about it. And the good part in it that I can sit in quiet and wait when they fight with their opinions, because in this way it's fourth year of education. If they were good students, they know how to argumenting their position. Yes, how to say why I think so. And it is funny that I can sit in the back. Okay, we understood this, but we saw the very strange behavior of this thing, because it decided something. It decided that I can't do the job right, and I will help with this leg with another. But we don't have this to make decision. So it somehow made the decision, and it's wonderful, because we don't understand how. Okay, we have the names. We can divide this way on the bigger of the many parts again, and not only receptor. It's the way up to the central nervous system, the way down to the from the central nervous system, and the response with effector with some muscles. And then we have this very important moment, because we saw the decision. Okay, we say that central nerve part is the decider in this movement. And of course, we must see this way to understand how it decided, how it can make a decision. And we have a reflection arc, and we can say the names, proper names of nerves and neuron and something. I believe that it is right translation. Correct me if I am not wrong. You understand this? Yes? Thank you, Google. And thank you. Because I really afraid that I translated with Google and it will be bad. Okay. So we had names, and we believe that signal goes this way when nothing wrong with the problem. When it is normal, okay, feeling good. This route is understandable. We can show many examples. Okay. Yes? Okay. And the main part of this logic is analysis of this little decision. And to do this, I need to tell you that children already know the structure of neuron, the dendrite, the axons, and the body, and they know that synapses in neuron can be activation or inhibitory. Yes. So we know we see this main road, and we see if we cut this neuron, nothing will happen, because signal just don't come to the central nervous system. When we see cutting this neuron, we see another leg that contracting. How can it be done? Okay, we have terminal part of axon. We can plug in another neuron, interior neuron, and it can activate the next neuron to go into muscle, and it will be working, okay? This scheme has a big problem. Can you see this problem? What will happen if frog will be like this? And I put, and it will be normal, nothing cut it, and I put the paper. What she will do? I put it in the paper, signal comes. All synapses said, go, go, go! And what she will do? Will she contract this leg? Will she contract this leg? In this schematic? Will? If it is not cut, if all is normal, with this structure, frog, when she have the acid on one leg, she will contract what leg? This. But if it is not cut, if it is normal, if this cross we don't have this cross, will it contract? Will it contract? So she will, but we don't see it in experiment. So it is not right. Yes. In this schematic, she must dance with two legs, but she doesn't do this. So we can, so this schema is wrong. And the children know that we have inhibitor neuron, and we can plug one here. So they know about summation process in the neuron, and they can see that one neuron said no, one neuron said yes, and the final summation signal is 0. So this leg doesn't contract. But when we cut this, and this neuron several times activate, it will activate because this is only one signal, and this have many signals, and this leg will combine. I don't know if it is the correct scheme or it's very harder, but this is the central part, and it is the simplest explanation of this decision. And we see that it's no magic. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 neurons. And we can decide which leg we contract. Okay, and Sheridan did it so. He understood it. It is the first part of understanding the network of neurons. Then we have some examples with simple joint reflex. I cutting because it's not important, it's just part of lesson. Okay? We just repeating the terminology. And now we have this joint reflex. It is simple, but it leads to one muscle, and we know about muscle tonus. Yes, muscle tonus is correct. Okay, names. Two neurons. It's very good question for you because I don't know. In Russian physiology, think that this type of reflexes has two neurons without interior neuron. Is it correct in Brazil? You divide the reflexes on two neurons or three neurons or not? Or it's not important?
It's not important at the moment.
Okay. It's for real, it's not important, but Russian physiology is very like, oh, it's two neurons, not three, and in my brain it's important for some reason. But the most part of reflexes are three neurons, so we just can forget about it. And the most important in this question that we have, yes, Russian physiologists think that there is no interior neuron, only sensor and motor. So, okay, we have a problem because muscles have tonus, and if they have tonus, this muscle will not be able to get the reflex correctly because it's very it will, I don't know how to say, this muscle will not able, it will relax. Yes, it is a little contracted because of tonus. And we need to more energy to contract this without not relaxing this. You understand the concept, yes? Okay, so we must relax this somehow. In the very moment we contract this. So when we did this decipherable task in the previous part of lesson, it's not one lesson, you understand it, many lessons, yes, but we can build the schematics of how it works. So this muscle relax when this is contracted. And this muscle, okay, Shannon, and this muscle can relax if we have this one thing. The terminal of axon is dividing. We have second weight, the second muscle, and we have this interior neuron, and it stops the motor neuron because in vertebrates, motor neuron always say activated; they don't say stop. Yes, and we need to say stop in this point. And it happens at one time. We understand the schematics. We can do the bigger, the stronger networks, and the most important that we understand that it is not magic, and we can understand how nervous system works. Just a simple act, but still, it is not magic. That's it. Okay. Okay. It is one part of studying of about nervous system. And now we have second part of nervous system, and then we have little break, and then evolution. Okay. Perfect. Yes, I will show you. It is not. We will not do it. It's very hard, so we need to get the schemes. But it is one next task. It is from Olympics, no, Olympics of biology, not Olympics, but the you don't give like questions for very I don't know. Biology. See. Yes, but it's solvable, and they can build these schematics. I will show you quickly, and you will, if you want, you can have this presentation. Yes, and you read this. Yes, the butterfly opens and closes. How can it do it? For example, like this. It's not the best scheme, you can do better, but it's the simplest to understand. We have 3 receptors, we have 2 muscles, and we have motor neurons. If it is cold, she will close her wings. If it is light and cold, she must open it, but she can do it because it's contracted in the same way, but we know how to solve it. And then if it is warm, first receptor is shut down because it's warm, it doesn't work. Okay, we must inhibit this scheme. because it's too hot. We need to close the wings to not be have very big temperature. And now we have this. Okay, it's hot, but it's not necessary to. Yes. Next type of task. It's several lessons when we study the reflexes, and this is part when we understand the conditional and unconditional reflexes. It is like this. It's like common, but not common. The second, I believe. Please read the sentences and say if it is conditional or unconditional, or three, you don't know, for every expression, okay? Conditional, unconditional, I don't know. And then we will. Okay, the first one. 1, 2, conditional, unconditional, I don't know. Not this, yes? 2, unconditional. Inconditional, yes. Okay, yes, inconditional, yes, unconditional because of English and this is Portuguese. Second, conditional. Okay, everybody say so. It's okay. And you agree, yes? It's not unconditional, it's conditional, yes? Yes, second one, biatonist, put the gun on the target, yes? So, conditional reflexes, it's one that we need to practice. And he practiced a lot here, maybe in Olympics. Okay, but imagine that he is going to home after training with the gun on his shoulder, and he sees the target. All reflexes start with the what? How to call this? Interaction, yes, interaction. The view of target is interaction, yes. And here, if it is reflex, even conditional reflex, he must hold down on the ground, put the gun, and yes, do this. But he can decide do or not, yes? So is it contractional or conductional or unconductional? So he will do it in every circumstances if he sees the target. When he eats, when he talks with, unconditional. So he was born like this. But it's not the reflex. He can decide. He can decide. He will upon them or not. He will point on the target or not. And you see the difference. Let's see on another. Let's see about this girl with the flowers. I translated, but I can't understand what it is. The next. This is not next. This, next. This, yes. Yes. It is conditional or unconditional? So this poor girl sees the flower and start to every time. Yes. Yes. So look, it is not unconditional for sure. She doesn't born like this. But if it is conditional, if you have this view of flower, you must do the reflex. Yes, like with okay. Let's have an example of conditional reflex.
Conditional or unconditional?
Conditional. Okay, Yuri. Oh, you see this. Turn on your name. Yes? It is conditional, and he turned it on. Okay? And it will be any time that he doesn't expect, and you say Yuri. Okay? But will he feed the flower with water if she does just see any flower? No, she must decide. So it's not the reflex. Okay, you're sitting here and you come here with a movement. This movement was reflex? Reflex was that you didn't fall down when you changed legs. It is reflex. But deciding to move exactly here, it's not reflex, yes? I believe. So the next, this is not reflex. I divided it on the unconditional, conditional, and the question mark. So let's see. Conditional, you agree?
Yes.
Conditional. Do you understand this? Yes. We can divide. We can say that it's conditional if he had the really bad teacher of drawing who yelled on this little guy. Ascribe your name, the first letter of your name, on this paper, every paper. And teacher really strong and really bad, and poor kid just doing it like a reference. But in the normal way, it's not reference, yes? Okay, understand? Yes, we have connection. Okay, so now we have next problem that if you have it is not reflex, how is it done? And I don't know if you have straight to 15 or 20 minutes of playing. It's okay? Thank you. Okay, so we must try to understand this movement, and we have information on what parts of body we have to move. And I believe it is central nervous system, the decider, receptor, who catch the information, and effector, the muscle who do the work. Okay? And we will have this game. We have this field, and we have these three characters: the decider, the muscle effector, and the receptor. It will be you. And the first place is 3 people. I need 3 people volunteer to be these good guys. The decider, big fat, the receptor, good eyes, and the muscle, strong and okay, we will change, so it's not important. 1, 3. Okay, let's see on that. Who would you be? Receptor, effector, and the decider. Receptor. Okay, you can sit down. Yeah. E decider, the head.
Eu quero ser você. Você vai ser o outro, então.
Okay, you will be decided. Okay. In what of these 3 parts forms the reflex? What part forms the reflex? receptor, decider, or effector? In which part reflex starts? What we need to do to have, for example, a reflex of turning hand of the fire. Okay, we see this reflex. Do we need only muscle? Which part starts? Yes. If we remove the receptor, it will be no reflex. Yes? Okay. But this is the, I don't know how to call it, free movement, like going here. Or doing this or this with my hand that I do now. Okay, so in what part forms this movement? Yes, I think so. So you will think about movement and you will know what to do, okay? Okay, can this decider see the real nature, this? Can decider see it? You know the question? You understand the question? For example, we will do this simple movement. We will, you see this red point, yes, from the back, yes? Okay, we will move this point in the point she wants. Okay? Who will be the mover? But you are in head. Who will be the mover? Who will move? Yes, he will be the mover. Yes? Take it. Okay. And she will tell you where to move, yes? Okay. But he is on the hand. What he can't do. What he cannot do.
Decidir. Ele não pode decidir.
I can decide. He can decide. She will decide. And what else? Okay. Try to do it. Just try to do it. Say the point.
2B.
What he did wrong. What he did wrong. What he did wrong. What we need to do to him to be only effective. Yes, but what he can't do for the real picture.
I need to wait the extrusion.
He can move, yes, but he is only the muscle. What your muscle don't do when you do this. What your muscle, this, don't do. To point on the exact point. What you do without muscle or with your receptor. What he did with his receptor to point on this dot.
Você não pode ver.
Okay.
He do it with eyes. Yes, okay.
I understand now, teacher.
Yes.
You don't understand everything. Depois dos 4 dias. Depois dos 4 dias.
Sorry, I didn't expect it.
Agora, que delícia.
You can try to think what receptor can do to be good receptor. What he can do and what he can't do.
I'm just can do
receptor, not effector. Oh yes. Yes.
Oh! It's for the later. You don't need to do it now, but okay. What she can do? She can do what? Hold his hand, control him. Your eyes do it with your hands. Your eyes do this control with your hands.
Seus olhos fazem o controle com essa mão?
Não, you can't decide. Você tem que falar. Isso, mas você não decide. Você tem que falar pro cérebro
But she can tell only to her, yes, and he can hear only her, yes. Okay, so it's our goal, and you can sit near, yes, not just he can stay, yes. Okay, so you can whisper to her, yes. You know what you need to do, and what she can do exactly like him.
Yeah, just say that.
What she can do, cannot do.
She can say to me to write.
Yes, of course she can. She can say for you everything she wants. She's a brain of yours. Yes, but what she can't do? Why she needs another person? She can't move, and she have him. And what else she can do? Why she needs another person? What do you do for her? You tell her where is the dot. Why she can't say for herself where is the dot? What she can do? She can see exactly like you. You are her eyes.
I can see that she can see
Just her receptor controls the not controls but getting information. Yes, you understand. So you can see. I have only one this funny. This I have only one this. Okay, thank you. And you just close your eyes, because if you don't close your eyes, and you will, it will be not like in nature. It will be like some strange game in late night. Okay. So we understand the rules, yes? These rules are like in real body, yes? We don't have some strange, yes? It's like in the real body. Okay, it signals it's not nervous, but still, yes? This is a model, one of type of models. Okay, I must know that brain doesn't lie. So please, brain, you can open your eyes for a little bit. Yes. Sorry. Don't look. Don't look. All right. But not say in what dot you want to see the red point. Yes. We are fantasizing about future we want. This is our decision. I don't see it. Nobody sees it. Only she. Okay. And now let's begin. Nobody, everybody do what they have to do. Okay.
And before.
Yes, of course.
Okay. But can start.
Que começa, mas eu não posso falar, né?
If it is not in the rules, you can do anything.
Eu não posso ser a Tereza.
No, you can't.
Tá. Vamos falar alguma coisa. Pra onde você vai?
She is your brain. It's normal, I understand.
Você é a única que vê? Você é a única que vê? Você é a única que vê?
You need to
então,
ask to the
pra onde está voltando lá o negocinho dele?
Eu posso falar, né?
I9.
J9 agora.
J9? Eu posso falar, né? Pra esquerda.
Ele tá no F9 agora.
Peraí.
F9. Para o DCU,
sobe.
F4.
Peraí,
E o você tá mexendo. Para.
Desculpa. Entendi. Tá me ouvindo agora?
Mantenha a mão firme. Ele tá no D3. D3.
É 2. Desce.
Vai devagar, não. Aí, é 5, é 5.
Parou. Direita, esquerda.
Esquerda. Esquerda está indo B. C. B.
Não, mas peraí, devagar.
A4, tá bom.
Ai, meu Deus. Desce uma.
Agora eu vou A5.
Direita 3, eu acho.
B5, C5.
E aí? Mais uma.
D5.
Mais uma.
E5.
Mais uma.
F5.
Eu posso falar que sim? Parou.
Don't stop. Okay. I believe it's true, but we must check. Yes, it is F5F. Yes, and is it correct? It was correct in some moment, but when they stopped doing what they do, he just okay. Now you can open your eyes. Thank you very much. It was very hard. And it was very hard to everyone. Thank you. Thank you. I think we can stop on this point with a game. We can do it another, but okay. We saw everything we must see. Look, this movement was programmed by the brain, yes? This movement was told to muscle. Muscle was in some position, and brain needed to correct this position to the right destination. Yes? When between the brain and receptor was something strange, and they just laughing to each other, ho 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 and ha ha ha, and our brain saw what is happening. What happened with the muscle? Yeah, it just our real muscles do the same, yes, and we saw it because you have real muscles, yes, and real muscle can't put the dot on the one position, you see it. The dot is doing this. And if I close my eyes, what we saw when you were distracted to each other, yes, and when I close my eyes, this will be bigger mistakes, yes. This is very interesting because in this point we understand many things. First one, we understand that we have not only reflexes, and we understand that these movements, like deciding to feed the flowers or not, and also, or kill 2 frogs or only 1 frog, it is decisions of us, and these decisions are made in our minds. Nobody outside can make us have this decision. Nobody. But if we did it, it is our decision. So it's very important to children because they think that parents control them. But in this year, or even when they're little, there is not parent control, but agreement with it. An agreement, it's same, it's decision. It's one point, it's just for socialization. But for physiology, we understand that many movements are much harder to understand in compared to reflex. Reflex is just, and we don't even important in this way from the hot fire, or this way, or this way. Just put out. We don't care how a frog will dance with her leg, just to push the paper out. Okay. In this point, Soviet physiology was grow bigger from the Pavlov, because in Soviet Union Pavlov was like famous, and Soviet government said that Pavlov is right, everything else is just doesn't existing, and some new things that Soviet physiologists invented was forbidden in Soviet Union, but stayed in Europe. So we knew it in 80s and 90s from the Europeans. And I want to give you some text. It's in Portuguese, and I hope it's correct translated, about this. If you help me, I will do better. Okay. Just. I think we have enough papers to all, but thank you, because I don't know if it is for everyone. Take care.
It's correct?
That is correct. Stop calling teacher. It's like horrible.
Yes, it's disclaimer. It's not about it's about movement like it's about anger movements you need to control. We need very good. For example, when you write the letter A, not B, and you
you need particular movement, and you need this.
The difference is that we have work and talking about the first subject. This word, like this.
Yes. I understood. Yes. He started. He made the slow videos. It was very fancy in the days. He showed this point. But this is not important. Today, you need to do this. Now. Okay. Is it okay? We can move on or not? Okay. So look, we have the scheme of movement that needs to be particular. For example, to move out on the door, not in the wall. To scratch the nose, not an eye, and also. But as we see in this module, when Yuri tried to do the right thing, and when he stopped receiving the commands, he was failed to point on the right place on the board. Yes. So we discovered that we have some external forces, gravity for the most part, and the mistakes of muscles, because it's not one muscle, and receiving the command for anybody, for any of these muscles, and they can be tired, and the movement is not particular. And if it is not particular, we have to think feedback. It is straight translation from the Russian. I don't know the term in English. It is maybe the same. Feedback and correction of sensors. Can you see in this scheme feedback? What is this feedback in this scheme?
We don't have a... No, she can see because we don't have another...
Não tem setinha voltando.
Look, the feedback means that... Yes.
Parece que só está indo. Só está indo em uma direção. Isso.
Yes. But look, this is one way. The setter, the brain, commands. They ask one time from the receptor where something. I don't know what. For example, what do you see? And the receptor says, what do it see? Then some part of your brain transform it to signals to muscles, and you say to any muscle, contract or relax, and then you have movement. Is it enough to have particular movement? Did we play for one phrase to the end? You understand what I'm asking? This game was long, boring, and they can't have success really fast. They just They were circling around the particular point because they couldn't handle this. With all respect, but it is. And in this game, we saw the feedback. What was the feedback? What was the feedback in this game?
I was like,
yes. But I think you did it wrong because you said to Yuri, you couldn't do it. But if you said another side, it's okay.
And you can do it, because if you say just name Yuri, okay, he didn't see anything. So if you say, no, yeah, too, he can't understand it. Okay, so feedback is the watching of receptor and every second control of receptor on what will do the effector does in this point. And this is feedback, and you see the rings here. And we call it the reflectory ring, not reflectory arc. Yes? And we can compare it with like these 6 simple tasks. It is right for what? For arc or for ring? This. Starts from the stimulus. Arco or anel? Anel. So, if the girl sees a flower, if you the commercial of this symposium, you will come. Okay. Without any reasons. It is free will to react exactly the same on exactly the same signal, or it is the reflex. This, I believe that it is reflex. Yes. If you have stimulus and it starts your motion, it is just a reflex. If movement you decided to move, what is it? Arc or ring? So you decide to blink when you have. So arc, it's simple reflex, conditional or unconditional, yes? So no, for ring. Excuse me, I thought that it is correct terminology, and you know this. Excuse me, this is just simple reflex. Yeah. Like Pavlov, like Sarve, and also. And this is what we talked about. Sorry, it's not to say this. This is ring. So it is arc, it is ring. This. When you so when you blink, you must really carefully have feedback how your eyes closing and opening. If you turning your hand out of fire, you need to understand how much you turn your head, and you have to control this. Yes. So it's very important here or here, and it's difficult, different motions. So in every time you was like do this, you will turn your leg in the particular one position. Yes? Really? No. Of course it's not. In the arc, you don't care. You just need to stop the strange thing happened to you. Or you must get some salvation, yes, to the food, and you don't need the particular some. Even somehow, much or not much, it's okay. So it is when you need particular, when you need help of feedback, it is ring. Because if I need to show on the word ring, I must see what I show. If I need just to push, I don't need feedback, yes? You see the difference, yes? And the next one? It's programmed because you know what you want to do. You program this. Where is it? Your
paper, yes, and you said, I want to do this. And you programmed your movement, yes? So you said to Yuri, Yuri, do this. Oh, sorry. Spoilers. You do this. Yes? You said, Yuri, do this. I'm programming you. Do this strange move to this point. Not this. Simple. This. I don't want you to see this. You said exactly. Or you said, oh, Yuri, down, up. No, 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 not so fast. And it was programmed. Programmed, I mean like this program. Sorry, many slides. Oh, like this. This is programmed. You see one, you have answer. You see another, you have another answer. You know, it is programmed. It's programmed in your neural system. It can't be changed because it's neurons. Sorry. And let me fast. Okay, this one. Let's see another. Yes, receptor function like how to say it in English? Gatishon. You understand this? In the gun. Yes. Yes. You have energy in bullet. You have energy in this thing that shot the bullet. And it is, yes, but it starts with this Gatishon. Okay, this. Sorry. But here, no. If you see this blackboard, you want everything to this. You will just think about it. Maybe I don't need it. And next, receptor is helping, and it is bring. So in the R, in the simple reflex, receptor is the main part. Without it, you won't have a movement. And this movement you want to do or don't want to do, receptor is just helping you. He is advisor, but not the head of your movement. Yes? Okay, and this is the end of neural system experience. And the last thing I want to say that it is not just some strange about the movement that I want to do or not. This scheme is principle to understand homeostasis. Because every homeostasis position, blood pressure, percent of salt, of sugar, and also temperature, they all working on this way. You have set position, and if something goes wrong, you must control and return it on the set position. If you add many glucose, you need insulin in also. And if you understand these schematics, it will be very easier to understand the controls in body of any other things. I love the control of temperature, and if you want, I will show you. So we need to decide one really important thing. It's 21 hours, and we can, how to say, see a little more, like 20 minutes of evolution, not this, and we can say goodbye and come back tomorrow. But if we do this, we can see something tomorrow because we have time. So please decide. I think we can work even with 1 or 2 people. So if somebody needed to go, I thank you very much to hear me. And if somebody can stay, 5 minutes for hygienic pause, and then we will continue. Okay? Thank you. 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Agora vai pegar
uma bolachinha.
It was harder than I expected. I have many materials.
No, it's about your feature. It's about you. we don't have good class about our body. So we don't know nothing about the nervous very well. So when you talk to us about us, we are feeling, oh, we're done. Because the child don't need university, not people.
No, it's like in this situation, you know, yeah, then you do it again. But you will have the sense of understandable. That, you know, like the brain is not magic. Like my, but it's fantastic, but it's not magic. And he can understand it and can fix it in life. So it's a very important because, for example, any psychologist problem in Russia are taboo. Taboo, yes. Yes, because to me and speaking of, I have many students from depression, and now just going on. So Russia is a very big problem. We all think that brain is magic.
No, so interesting. Our problem because our test, for example, my test was about system neuroscience when I was in first degree. Just to a question, what is the way about the signal in the system nerve? We need to test. So next question. What is? Oh, describe the process. Just this. So we can do this just with our memory or without the thinking. And it's a big problem because I forget everything. So I have a good result in my test, all the best result in my test, but now I don't remember nothing. I remember nothing. So I think it's the best. So we happen in everything.
But it's okay. It was happy for you.
Yes, perfect. I'm so. I think it's incredible. Yeah.
Because for me, it's like the one part that I very love.
Okay.
So it's something I do, but my colleagues like this about. I forget. Come on. About Einstein, it's to do everyone in our program, but not in traditional way. Traditional way is just power.
Okay. So I never listened about Bernstein. The first time.
He is fantastic.
Yes, perfect. I think you know more biology than us.
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I don't know in what.
That's a kind of biology, because we can understand what is the main of the concept, and thus know a lot of definitions about the concept, but we don't know how to articulate. Yeah. We know the content of the concept. Yeah. Okay. I remember again.
No, I will be. And you will be sleeping.
He is very anxious about the evolution because his research is about other things. Yeah.
What? About
the new thinking of biology.
Yeah. It will be boring for you because it's like just Lamarck and Darwin. It's like just ancient arguments.
I'm curious about how influenced Dobzhansky are in Russia today. You know?
Dobzhansky? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Everything biology and biology.
Yes. I don't know. It's not big influence for them. Everybody knows this principle. For example, I for real now I don't know what exactly key. So I can't say. I know what I understand what, for example, G is.
Lá em casa só assim, ó.
Para 15 anos, essas que está fazendo.
E eu quero trocar desse formativo.
And in my school, for example, 11 years old, no, it's only 4 years. Because in my school, 11 years old, the kids
Su clase tiene cuánto tiempo? ¿Es 45 minutos? Cada módulo tiene cuántos meses?
I will say it's like okay, it will be simpler if I write because it's
Do you understand the question?
Yes. Then right here. So we have like I will say classes 7, 8, 9 classes. And the main theory is like this. First, how the functions. What are the for the end of this year, some of this year, and students will make vacations and they like forgetting stuff.
Você vai bem, você vai bem, né? Beleza. Vai bonitinho.
Ela que é mulher da prova.
Chega a diretoria ali, deu certo. É só para dar uma ajuda lá no
plus so we just want to do the But it is big problem. 4 years ago, it is
Você trabalha acá, ai, eu ouvi assim, você trabalha você pega muito.
Porque pero la recomendación eso cambia, pero por la verdad no necesito esfuerzo para entender, pero sí, es importante.
Trazer a biologia para cá.
Porque esse necessito porque conversión de información de DNA en la proteína. Eso no necesito, pero es para mi cuerpo. Es muy importante para eso, no sé, es importante para mí.
Sim, não há então a casca pequena evolução não ser água para dentro.
Way for the body without studying. Yes, we can understand like some medicine in without medicine. For example, I do like this thing. I do you take and you feel like sweating or something else. You can see this without the medicine. But to understand why do you, for example, say you smoke, you because tobacco evolved to protect itself from the insects have this and we have this exact
Três dissertação potencial.
Mas só está
Sì, evoluzione? Sì. 15 minuti. Evolución. ¿Evolución o vamos? ¿O evolución? Evolution, sim. Ok, é só um pouquinho. Sim. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for staying. It will be fun because I will testing you. It is a small part of evaluation. We will do it today to proceed tomorrow. It's like it's really important to do it separate because it will be easier for you and for me, for everybody. Okay, we are in the moment when we had the discussion about facts of evolution, and we see that nature changed. Maybe it was like, God will, and he destroyed one and built another, or he or she or them. But we see that it changed. We see it in soil, we see it, okay. And now we try to understand biological mechanism of evolution. We children are grown up like 15 or 16 years. So we know everything we told before, or we forget it, but still. And we have some tasks. How does giraffes come to the ground? Because a little time ago, I think about 10 million ago, you didn't have giraffes, you have Polaris. And then 5 million ago, you have Smaterium, with like a little longer, but not so long neck. And then in 2 or 3 million years ago, we can find these skeletons of giraffes. So, how it is? How can it be? Now you will see what children see in this class. They didn't learn anything about mechanism of evolution, but they have all their own brain, like you, of course, and you will try to do the similar thing. Please read and say if you don't understand this. You will need to describe something. Info, not necessary. Example. Just numbers like. I'm ready. Okay. You can choose anything. You must have them in the right position. So not just choose, but how to say it, to put it in the right place. 1, 7, 12. Okay. It's important that your scheme must mean something and leads to evolution. Okay, I will show you the sentences. If you don't understand something because of translation, we'll try to do, okay? This is sentences.
Eu entendi que era colocar na ordem, mas tudo, ele falou tudo. Lá na descrição da
Is it clear what does it mean?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So please choose the sentences you think are needed and put it in the sequence. In MCQ on your phone, in your book, or in the text with about Einstein, if you have it, so you can use it.
Mas as mudanças do clima precisa para poder alterar alguma informação.
Mas não, você era fora, não.
Mudança aleatória. Nem por que não pode ser depois? Porque primeiro a gente tem que iniciar se tem pescoços grandes, depois pescoços pequenos, para poder ter essas mudanças aleatórias.
Eu acho que ela vai ser uma pressão seletiva. Mas não é aleatória sobre o DNA?
É aleatório, mas ele faz pressão seletiva.
Mas aí pode ser depois, não sabe? Por exemplo, aparecer essa questão depois, a mudança climática. Sim, os casos que essa lá, acontece mudança climática.
Então, muda o DNA, muda o ambiente. Aí essa característica do DNA tem positivo, não?
Não. Eu acho que também acho, mas tem espécies
Eu acho que quando a evolução sabia, vamos ver. Ó, a posição G, fala com o 10, viu?
Eu colocaria 10. Gente, mas como é que muda as coisas aleatórias das informações hereditárias se nem tem a presença de ancestrais de pessoas?
Mas só tem os aleatoriamente?
Sim, mas tem que ter um ancestral antes, tem que ter um de pescoço mais, de pescoço pequeno. É isso que eu tô querendo dizer, entendeu? Tem que ter aparecido lá. Tem que ter girado. Gente, mas não tinha lá no espaço, não tinha girafes de pescoço curto e girafes de pescoço curto. Não tinha lá aqui, tudo junto? Tudo junto?
Mas não precisa ter aparelhado.
Ó, eu já falei pra gente, ó.
E aí?
Ó, dá um teacher. Vai lá, Gabriel. Oh, perfect. I think it's you.
Tem que usar bem tudo hoje, hein?
Tem que escrever a sequência que você acha que tá certo.
Ah, então você vai falar dessa história.
A gente não sabe, mas... Porque o melhor sabia no grupo. Pergunta pra Rafa. Eu vi igual a dele, Gabriel. Guilherme, você pode descartar que você acha que está errado e escrever a sequência que você acha que é correta. As duas coisas você pode descartar.
Eu acho que começa na 10, porque...
O Eude sabe ele vai interpretar. A pergunta pro Eude. Ó.
10, isso.
Tá vendo 10? Tá vendo? Tá vendo? Oi! Teacher, I have more.
Tira foto.
Teacher, if you need, I have more. Okay. Eu estou com o Johnny, viu?
You know, because I wrote my of course, the last point will be 8. Yes, the aparecimento da espécie girafa, porque this is the end point. Yes, 8 is an end point. It's yes, because of it I wrote there. Because of they.
Ok, understand. Eu estou com o Johnny. Tá errado com o Johnny. Mas eu duvido da criança dele que a geração dele é muito
Why not? I didn't said you must.
okay. I understand. Sorry, the translator said vocês podem colocar mais de um ponto por vez, alguns pontos achar que podem ser simultâneos.
Isso vai sempre.
Não tem problema.
Yes, 2 in the one time, why not? Yes,
okay. Gente, eu não consigo organizar nada. Virou uma competição por dormida. Então, 7, 14 a 7. So.
If somebody ready, we can start to read.
Alguém terminou? A gente pode começar aí. Alguém terminou? Não. Terminei, mas assim. Eles podem ficar eu fechei com o primo ali depois, mas ele tem que tu já ficou com 8, né? Primo 8 passa por ele.
It's last second I will open the Russian version because I just can't understand what I write down. Sorry for that. Yes, it's good. So let me 8, 8, 8. Okay, we have the species in every situation, and we have changing climates, and we have here, and here it's changing. Now we have 14 lack of food. There is no lack of food, but let's see what we can do. Okay, lack of food. Next, 7
concurrent. It's really happens, yes, every time. And then changes of information, yes, mutation, and also some long-necked giraffes. Then repetition. Okay, next, bigger part of long, and then next. We can combine this repetition, yes, but still, yes. It is Darwin? I think it's Darwin. Yes. So we can mark it like letter B. Yeah, let's see another. It's interesting because changing in first time. Can it be here? Can it be here? In the first time, before some climate change can also. Can the changes of information of DNA can be before this? Of course, yes. It's like a lottery. No, yes. So, changing climates, some happenings with the so Darwin, I think it's a Darwin. You are very correct. Okay. You all did Darwin because you are biology teachers, and my plans to see another. How do you think? What children choose? Thank you very much. You are great. In 9 years. What choose the children? How do you think?
I think it's number 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
But 4 is happening. Yes? You can go to the gym and be great, and also, but it is not leading to evolution. And it's my last biological class. They are very great, but they didn't know evolution. But they were like, we're so clever, we know evolution. But they failed. And something just meaningless, something was meaningless. And let's see on the main scheme that have meaning. The main scheme was like that. Sorry, this is just mistakes. And this is what they did. Yes, and it happens every year with everybody. Okay, it can be combining, yes, but the worst part is this. Yes? And they don't notice anything. They learn genetics, they were in great marks, but they didn't see anything. They sit in this hole. Sorry, can I check it like this?
That's right.
Yes, and it is like this with everybody. After I say to the children that they are all wrong, I show it this slide, so they are not like this alone. And then I say this, that even the smart human who will try to think, and if it is not, he don't know evolution, he will invent the Lamarckist explanation of evolution, for sure. You know evolution, so it's boring. Sorry about this. But still, every time we do this, we like saying to children, it's not so easy. And again, we must think properly. And we're of course talking about Lamarck. We're talking about what he did, his theory, the strange, it's theory of Lamarck. I will continue to the next slide. Yes. What's wrong? Of course, this is wrong. Okay, this is wrong, but it's common in his age, and it is his theory. Yes, and this is the weak part, because we can't give this science to another generation, and we don't start Darwin at this point. We start to modeling, and this modeling we will see tomorrow, because it's tomorrow. Now we need to think another time, and it is too hard for me. Sorry. It is the end of this part of the version. Thank you for listening. Now I think it's over. Let's see tomorrow. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Can I, Andrea, можно я выключу? Gente, que horas são já, então, na verdade, nós vai pegar o modelo para boa cirurgia. Nossa, quase não parece. Mentira, isso é a cara do seu pai. Você trouxe o som pra gente montar lá ou não? Não, professor, não. É só a caixa. Bem mais simples. Eu vou trazer a mesa, pode ser 1 hora ou mais. Porque eu sei que acho que não, porque eu vou montar o sistema daqui, eu vou montar lá agora. E depois só plugar na mesa. Eu pego a saída de sua mesa e ligo no meu sistema. Então, assim, a tradução em si, que é o áudio da cabine pro rádio, eu vou testar agora. Tá faltando só a sua mesa para sem instalar. Você vai usar um? Você conseguiu.
Hoje eu aprendi biologia. Aprendi que nada sei. Nada sei.
O menino tá com o celular. Da cara do eu sou bem frio para poder e por hoje já foi. Não pode, a segurança ele vai abrir para mim. Ele sou eu, o Marcos. Verdade, não, só escreveu.